fucking do it. Bingus, Bingus, drooping again as usual. Nice. Folks, we're going live on the west side. We're going live on the fucking west side. Get the fuck in here. Get the fuck in here! It's Monday, you're live, it's the west side. I have no idea what the fuck I want to be talking about today, but you're here with me. Am I out of focus? Oh! Folks, welcome to another episode of Slightly Out of Focus. Okay, there we go. Folks, welcome to another episode of Slightly Outside of Focus. Side Tyler, I'm your host, Westside Tyler Bell, host internet. Restart. Folks, welcome to another episode of Westside Tyler Live. I'm your host, Westside Tyler Bell. This is the internet's best arts, culture, and politics live stream, and you're here with me right now, hanging out, having a good time, having a great time. Oh God, I was on vacation for a week, by which I mean I stayed at home. we were getting ready to have a nice travel vacation. We were going to go to New Orleans, which had been my first time, and we had to cancel it. We had to cancel our New Orleans trip because Rabbit got sick. It was too late to cancel, so we stayed home and we walked places and went to unique and interesting parks and small villages in Kentucky. It was nice. And massaged the fucking shit clumps out of a fucking belly of an ancient and irritable rabbit that doesn't even like me. So it is, and so it shall be again and again and again throughout all time as a rabbit owner. Folks, welcome. I got a good show coming up for you today. I have no idea. Why does my throat hurt? I have no idea. I'm discombobbled. I'm all over the place. I had a fucking very aggressive first day back to the gym workout today, and I'm completely tired as fuck. I'm exhausted. I'm so confused. I'm scattered. I'm all over the place. I'm looking at chat. I don't know why I'm looking at chat. I shouldn't be. Chat's useless. You're fucking useless, chat. Fuck am I what am I looking at you for? What are you doing? What are you doing, chat? Get the fuck out of here. But yeah, I'm all discombobulated. That happens. I'm in the middle of 5 projects right now, which happens. Sometimes you get them all out in a week. Sometimes you have a bunch of them that are all just waiting to come together time after time after time after time, which is the case now. So God, right now I have Sin Carriers. Bit by bit by bit by bit by bit. I'm a third of the way through the next Patreon releasable episode and just waiting on artwork for the next publicly released episode. And I guess all the rest of the publicly released episodes. So that should be coming soon for you Sin Carriers fans. My hope is to get that out next week. I'm working on my card game, which we bought poker chips for the shoot and to just test the gambling. And gambling makes the game more fun and more aggressive, which I didn't. You always hope for something like that, but I didn't anticipate it would be as successful as it is. It has a feeling, not to overhype it. I don't know if you guys have heard. I don't have any of the stuff here, but also I don't feel like showing it off right now. It's already done. I finished making a card game 4 years ago, I think it is now. And with all the stuff that's happened in that interim space, I haven't been able to release it. If you've seen Sin Carriers, it's the game from, if you've read Sin Carriers, it's the game from Sin Carriers, and it's in other media I've made as well. And I kind of threw it together to make a card game for it, and it a year or so of development just to get it, kind of get the rules established. And then once that was once that was done, it was like, oh, okay, cool. Art. I mean, actually, dude, I started drawing that 10 years ago. What? Talking to me? Nope. Talking to someone else. I'm gonna have to fucking close that door. Yeah, it was been 10 years actually. I've been working on that for other stuff as well. So Jesus Christ. I just thought about that. So 10 years what the fuck am I talking about now? Oh, I'm so fucking fatigued. I was doing, what's 50 times 3 is 150 minus 15 pounds. 135. That's not that much. I was doing a lot of weight. I was doing just shy of 300 pounds on decline bench today, and I'm happy about it. Decline ISO machine, right? You guys stack it up there. Goddamn. Little guy has GI issues. Yeah, he had GI issues, so you have to get that fixed. If you don't know anything about rabbits, they have to continuously eat. It's just how their stomachs work. So if they stop eating for a day, they die, basically. Sometimes they can go into like, it's called GI stasis, and they go terminal, right? And so like he'd slowed down, he'd stopped eating. So I massaged his belly every night for like 3 nights in a row, and he took giant shits, and then he started dancing again and stuff. He went from being like to like popping around and shit like he's fucking 2 years old. Tyler, I visited your mom, wished her a happy Mother's Day. Well, then you did it on time, so good for you. I almost forgot. Crimson Ender, talk to us more like that. I don't even know. Oh, chat. Doing gross care for a geriatric animal that dislikes you is so relatable. Yeah, he fucking hates me. What's going on here? How's the reconstruction going, Peepaw? If you're talking about my house, paused. If you're talking about my body, fucking God, I'm so fucking weak right now. I'm like, I hate it. It drives me nuts. I'm about to switch up a bunch of parts of my retinue, though. I've got to get a bunch of shit back to get like, dude, I cannot stay focused for like 2 seconds. What am I doing? Why am I typing and talking to people? I cannot do like anything below my mid back is like just bullshit. So I got like no leg strength and stuff, and I'm starting to feel it. And like I'm gonna have to go opposite and completely redo my entire fucking workout routine and go legs first. And basically start every fucking week just hyper fixated on getting my legs stronger, like I'm a fucking OnlyFans girl. Instagram thought. Until my fucking legs get caught up with the rest of my body, because I think they're fucking me over like in every single direction. Because I finish something and then I get up to go walk somewhere, I'm like, I feel fucking heavy as shit. Why is that the case? Because I don't do anywhere near enough leg exercises. I had the same problem as your rabbit last year, but nobody massaged my gut for me. I just had to get major surgery. Well, rabbits can barely ever survive any surgery at all, so no surgery for them. Oh, but we got a good show coming up for you guys today, I think. I don't know. I hope so. I'm gonna be talking about some stuff. Dude, I cannot beat this absolute lack of energy. This is killing me. I'm like actually getting fucking pissed at myself. I keep yawning. I keep going fucking sleepy Joe Biden. Yeah. Oh man. I'm trying to talk fast to ramp myself into it, but then I can't do it. I don't know. Big boy Sloan, I'm in a forklift right now. Good stream, hooray. I hope it's good. Oh yeah, but we're gonna talk about Sydney Sweeney's humiliation ritual. We're gonna be talking about quartering getting canceled, and those are like two fucking 3-second long. Those are two like 3-second long fucking segments. I don't even do segments anymore. I needed to put something in the title. The Sydney Sweeney shit. Let's fuck this goddamn intro. Fuck it. Fuck it. We're doing it live. We're doing it live. The fucking quartering is off Twitter. That's the segment. that's it. If you look at it, quartering. Oh, but now he's posting on. Okay, it's a social media break. He didn't delete it completely. He turned it off. The quartering. But yeah, this account doesn't exist. Try to searching for another. He's off there. I guess he's on YouTube taking a social media break. We'll still have regular daily videos and live streams, but in case you notice my X account is gone, it's because it has been really an insane battlefield that I am 100% making worse by interacting with and egging some of these folks on. In fact, I can't think of one good thing X has done for me in a long time, and the constant negativity is having a real world effect on me. It's making me do and say things I just never would have before, and I can see it's become a problem for me. I'm going to taking that time I was wasting there and focus on improving myself and being a better person. Join some stuff at church. I don't know, really. Just focusing on positive stuff. See y'all tomorrow. I guess that's on his YouTube. Shout out Yeet for sharing that. I mean, I'm not surprised. I like quartering made a healthy life decision about Twitter before anybody else did. Twitter is a dog shit platform. It really is. I say this all the time. It exists solely for the purpose of harassment and bothering people. Like, it is a fucking gossip, pissy, piss pants harassment platform. And there's really no reason to think of it otherwise. And it's a 1000% the fault of people who are like, I don't like the woke moderation that's on this fucking platform. I don't like this wokeness. And it's like, dude, this is the issue with woke, is when you're done with woke, you're going to get somebody like me eventually. I say this all the time, where I just don't give a shit. I don't have any respect for the platform. I'd never built anything on it. Somebody, oh yeah, it was fucking dipshit fucking FSIM and his fucking boy child army were like trying to get people banned off Twitter, right? Which I think if you're a fucking right winger, like he is, and his fans are, is probably terrible, I guess, because that's the closest you get to like connection with normies that way, you know, or you have to get on Facebook, which is like the most cringe platform in existence. Instagram doesn't seem like it grows people's brands anymore, except for by accident. You know, you don't see virality anymore because all of the algorithms are completely fucking locked down and controlled. So there's no value in social media anymore. There just isn't. It's like there is no value in it. It's an anti-value equation. And this is because y'all didn't like wokeness or whatever the fuck that means. Which, by the way, 9 times out of 10 has nothing to do with shit like critical race theory or transing the kids. Oh my God, there's going to be a penis in the girls' bathroom. Yuck. Like, I don't give a fuck about it. I still don't care about any of that shit. Never gonna catch me with that fucking panic horse shit, whatever the fuck that is. But like, most of it's actually just morals and manners. Not even morals, just like ethical social interaction. You know, like before, you know, Twitter wasn't like perfect, but there was a sense of like community that was developed from community itself. It was people interacting and deciding what the way that you interacted with the platform was. Right, left, center, fucking apolitical, hyper-political. It didn't really matter. Everybody had a sense of being that they were participating in it, and there was hierarchies that were unfair, like the fucking check marks and stuff. But there were hierarchies, and there were benefits and rewards and pros and cons and punishments and things that would fuck your life up if you went with or against the grain in certain circumstances, right? Like you could be punished or you could be rewarded for using that platform based not on like very much of anything but like a sort of like social, you know, network of people kind of observing your content in the wild. And that's completely fucking gone. And it went with the woke shit. Because they're like, no, I can't stand this. I've lost a few times in the marketplace of ideas. We need to rig the game for ourselves and give the entire thing over to fucking Elon Musk, which has improved nothing. Nothing's better about the platform. Literally nothing. It doesn't work as well as it did. And now it also costs money. And if you don't want to spend that money, it's like the worst dipshits on earth are the ones that get to take advantage of the situation and no one else. It's like, yeah, this guy's on his 50th alt account. He's verified every time with 10 fucking subscribers. And all this dude does is like IP ban, make IP bannable statements from the old that like it just doesn't carry through. People are like, well, the only people that are reporting those kind of folks were you wokies. But now it's like, yeah, no, actually nobody likes it when they get fucking harassed on the internet. No one actually enjoys it. Do you know what I mean? You either go out there like, oh yeah, this is, especially if they're trying to do work, so to say. You're an internet worker, an internet employee, an employee of the internet. You know what I mean? You're like, okay, I need to do this for business. So I'm like trying to do business shit. And then like somebody's personal vendetta against me is like coming up. And for a little while, it was like, oh, wow, yeah, now the Nazis get to do it. And we're going to fucking, oh, hey, turn to the side. Let's see your Jew nose. You'll never be a woman. Black people shouldn't vote. Blah, 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 blah. All that shit was for like 2 seconds. But then everybody else that was like on Earth that was targeted against was like, well, actually, I can just also do the same thing. And so now everyone's like, yeah. Twitter doesn't do what it used to do, which is automatically ban you for certain types of statements and content. The thing is the Nazis get all of their fucking juice from that kind of statement and content. They make death threats and say like fucking, you know, outlandish shit to people. Well, you can just do the same thing now on 7,000 different alts. Bought it to piss because he can't fucking make money off this goddamn website anymore. It's all bots. So you just make harassment bot campaigns against people on Twitter, and it drives them fucking insane, especially if they're old Twitter users from like the Elon Musk versus, what is that guy's name? Jack something? I don't know, the bearded cunt that used to own the thing. Like, they're like, oh yeah, I've been here since that. So I won a great victory. We persevered, and instead of running away to Parler or Truth Social, we stayed here. And we became the gods of new Twitter. And it's like, what do you get? I exist to retweet Elon Musk's stupid fucking 3-word tweets about stuff. Permanent argument. Like the rage economy on Twitter has surpassed anything. Anything that is reasonable or valuable. Because at this point, they really make money, I think, by just getting accounts that are premium users banned. And then you have to come back and spend another $7 for a new premium account. And so you just keep buying new premium accounts. I think that's it. I think that's literally it. Like, can you get premium accounts mad enough at you that they start spam posting at you and their users are spam post? Yes. Okay. That's it. That's the entirety of the fucking platform at this point. And you know, it's dog shit. So like even the fucking right wingers that were supposed to like be owning this fucking thing after the fact, they can't survive on it anymore because like Quartering didn't do anything illegal. Understand? Like he committed internet crimes. Like he doxing people. He did like false flag DMCAs. Maybe yes. Okay. Whatever. But like, that's not like a crime. But like now, unlike before, you can just harass the piss out of him, like relentlessly. You can pay the algorithm to boost you taking the piss out of him constantly. And there's like people, there's no moderation on the site whatsoever. So people have like 50, 60 fucking sock puppets at a time talking to these motherfuckers. I can tell when there's sock puppets going on because I read enough that when, dude, I'm sorry, my nose is itching like crazy. When I read enough that when I see the way one person writes, I can usually tell if it's that same person, person to person, or they're so similar that they're probably from the same group anyway. There's no reason to fucking treat them like they're not. These other dipshits can't do it. So there's like whole fucking things, like fucking Tommy the Flesh Simulator guy. He's got probably, he thinks he's talking to like 150 people. He's probably talking to 10, maybe 30 people tops on multiple different accounts who are all telling him he's fucking great. Maybe even he's like 8 of the fucking accounts. And that shit's just it's super obvious once you get out of the morass. Like the people that spend all the time on Twitter are fucking nuts. You can always tell too, because they think that you're going to respond to them instantly every time. Like when I'm on Twitter, I'm on it for a few hours maybe. Like I have it up or something. A few hours is even much. Maybe like an hour or so. It feels like forever. You know, I look at it, I talk some shit. It's usually when I'm either in bed or sitting on my computer like eating because I got free time. But it's gibberish horse shit. Like it's the worst fucking content on earth. So I don't ever feel bad about just being an absolute fucking dickhead because I mean, you should be. Like you should treat the fucking platform like a toilet. It's just funny that it's now catching up to everybody else. Because it used to be like, oh wow, you're leaving Twitter. And that meant something because people's like livelihoods were attached to it, you know? It's like, oh fuck, you got Lindsay Ellis to stop using Twitter for a few months while promoting something. That's actually probably going to cost her a few bucks. So, you know, so that's like, she's not plugging her video while it's hot. She's not getting into the algo. She's not getting other people to plug it. She can't get anything shared to her. So you actually cost that person some money while they were offline for a bit. But now it's not the case. Twitter's worthless. There's nobody fucking coming to my audience from Twitter. I mean, there's like a few people, but it doesn't account for the largesse of the audience. Most of the people, I see my links don't come from Twitter, except for when there's some sort of little fucking tanky piss baby hate army fucking sneaking over here. Tankies and Nazis are the only two people that like routinely get followers from Twitters. And it's because they're just all different flavors of Jew hate at this point. It is what it is. But like, there's no great loss. If I stop using Twitter today, I would just stop using it. I use it basically to farm a little bit of content here and there. And that's it. I made that account. The Tyler Westside account is a throwaway account. You get me banned off Twitter. I'll not use it anymore. I don't give a fuck. There's no value to it. Do you know what I mean? It is only a negative. It's only a negative to basically every single person I've ever seen. Every single person I've seen using Twitter that has an account on it, even if it's only a fucking negative. It feels like a positive here and there. Oh no, I'm getting some interaction. But like, dude, think about it. Fucking 90% of the shit where it's like, yeah, fucking Assange should shut the fuck up. It's 10 billion people retweeting his tweet and talking about it. Well, maybe it does work for him. Maybe at the top of shit, it works. But for most of the people I've seen, especially mid and small, it's just like, yeah, you are now somebody else's reply guy permanently. That's what you exist as. Or you're wasting your fucking time on this fucking platform and you're not getting anything from it. It's crazy. There's some people that do, you know, you got like Yeet, the other accounts that are like that, which are basically just like aggregate reshare accounts. They're almost essentially like a fucking bot that gets paid to do bot shit. And they just share like 3 to 5 second clips from like LSF or whatever over and over and over again. Okay. But the ecosystem's generally fucking poisonous. I mean, if you're in the fucking internet hate machine side of the internet or adjacent, okay, maybe you can get some users. But if you're like a real person, like an account, you know, that like if you want like Bill's roof supplies, absolutely terrible for business. You can only fuck yourself up. You're like I'm a teacher. Okay, don't ever use Twitter. I own a small business. I work at a job. This is my thing. Like, dude, there's no reason. It's only a fucking risk. It's barely even fun. So you just might as well make an anonymous account and shit the platform up. Like, that's basically it. So is the consensus that Bird Lawyer was full of shit about somehow making $12K off Twitter? I mean, he posted the results. No, some people are making, they reshare that shit. And that, how to explain this? There's no value in the platform as like a honest way to build normie audience members. Like, if you want to get bigger on YouTube, maybe something on Twitter will help you. You can like reach out to people, but like, I don't even share my shit on Twitter. All my growth comes from the YouTube algorithm and people resharing other fucking places. Mostly Reddit. Subreddit communities sharing my stuff is where I get most of my fucking additional traffic. So go share my stuff in subreddits or whatever. But like, and looking large. But like, yeah. So there's no like value for people to engage with the site because you can't grow an organic, healthy brand off of it. You can only interact with Twitter users who are like now boiled down to the most extremely online engagement farming freaks ever. Like, if you like, nobody posts just shit about their existence. Do you know what I mean? No one's like, I got a dog. Remember when people used to complain that you would always see pictures of other people's food on social media? It was like an Instagram thing, but also it was on Twitter. Like, hey man, I made myself a nice meal. Because like, if you post, I had a good day today, someone's going to fucking try to respond to you like, yeah, well, when was the last time you talked about Palestine? I made myself some huevos rancheros today. Oh, yeah, well, when are you going to condemn Netanyahu? What the fuck? Cringe. Fuck off. It's so fucking lame. It's like, it's dog shit. So if you go in there with like, hey, I'm going to make jokes about fucking your mom. I'm going to play fast and loose up to the line with telling you to fucking neck it out, disappear, join the rotten meanies. You know, if you're going to do that, sure. But like, as an honest way to like get normal people that don't have like some sort of like brain disease or like need to be permanently online attached to your brand, it's done. It's why everything feels so toxic right now. It's because people were used to Twitter, and then Twitter basically got fucking literally hard poisoned. Like, it was already kind of dog shit, but now it's like dog shit plus fucking 17 tons of strychnine per post. So like, everybody that touches it gets fucking infected. Gets infected. And now, like, anybody that was doing normal shit 4 or 5 years ago is like in some sort of permanent reply guy war with some glup shitto. The menswear guy is goated, to be honest. Yeah. Like, there's good stuff out there. I mean, you know, the platform's not completely dead. Otherwise, you would be able to just leave. There's still content there. But like, it's like going to a grocery store where there's like 3 good items left in the entire grocery store, and the rest of the grocery store is like, I don't know, Bad Empanadas, 15 sock puppets, and a bunch of child pornographers, like trying to like actively sell child pornography. And you're like, that's not real. It's like, yes, it's really ongoing right now. One of the biggest things on Twitter at the moment is the Chibi Reviews guy being a fucking pedophile, and then people not knowing how to talk about Lolicon is pedo shit. Lolicon's always been pedo shit. God damn. When did you last talk about the Chinese general? Today. 5 minutes ago. 10 seconds ago. I completely forgot what I was in. But yeah, there's some good stuff out there, but it's just impossible to get to. You know what I mean? Like, it's nuts. It's weird. You know what it is? The comment section and the content have been reversed. That's what it is. The content is at the bottom of the page now. So when you open a video, so to say, spiritually on Twitter, you don't see the content. you see all of the commentary about the content and then maybe the content at the bottom. And sometimes not even then. Like, how many times have you, like, wow, dude, people that subtweet should die. I hope cancer in your eyes. I fucking hate people that do subtweets. Like, here and there as rage bait, okay. But, like, this is a lefty thing. You fucking pussy fuck. Just tag whoever the fuck you're talking about. Because I don't even like is this a subtweet about Contrapoints? Is this a subtweet about fucking Mike from PA? Is this a subtweet about dude, just fuck say it. Because, like, you have no idea what the fuck people are talking about. Everyone's pissed off about this vague fucking tweet. You gotta follow it back all the way up to find out it's a nothing burger every time anyway. Like, nobody fucking knows how to talk to each other anymore. So many lefties bases show their ass when Lolicon is brought up. Stop siding with the creeps, man. It's not hard. Yes. How am I the number 2 fan XP thing? You probably just talked a few times. Also, YouTube's completely fucked right now. Oh yeah, I gotta finish my idea. But are people making money off Twitter? Absolutely. Because the fucking site can't get you natural engagement. There's no reason to normally use it for that. But you can get paid to basically keep people using the site. Like, it's a tourniquet for losing users, which Twitter has to be losing users at a shocking amount per day. They'll say their users are going up, but that's fucking bot accounts. So many people are on their 6th or 7th account I've seen now. And that didn't used to happen. It's like rare. You know what I mean? For a large like that Chinatown Jake. That guy's on his like 4th or 5th fucking like full account as a professional reply guy. Just deep in it. Fucking Banapinada's on like what? Account 90. And just all these other motherfuckers, they keep making new accounts again and again and again and again. And once somebody does that, they go like, well, maybe I should have 2 accounts. Maybe I should have like 3 or 4 backup accounts. Maybe I should just make 50 sock puppets. So it's like the whole fucking site is just this overinflated nothing. It's like whipped cream all the way down. Quote tweeting without quoting. Yes, that is a subtweet. Making posting monetized and attention based made rage baiting and vague posting so valuable and it kills me. Yes, it's fucking horrible. Oh yeah, I wanted to read that. Let's see. Somebody said Dead Domain posted some crazy shit. Yeah, what is this? Hold on. What in the fuck? Okay, hold on. I'm looking this shit up real quick. Why is Dead Domain reposting fucking Mrow? Oh my god. Dev is a pedo. Yeah, I guess I should bring that up. Gotta find a stupid thing I was looking for. Where the fuck is it? Man. Where the fuck? Where the hell did that fucking go? Dude, I lose track of these fucking posts so instantaneously. Let's see. 5 9. This is all the fucking people talking about goddamn. The fucking war on the lolicon shit. Alright, where the hell is this? Dude, I'm completely fucking lost. The fuck? Oh yeah, there it is. This is a gigantic. Okay. So was this on the most recent video? Because I can't. Triptych screenshot. Triptych did a screenshot. Can somebody bring me my cheaters? Can somebody bring me my cheaters? God damn. Slop culture. Oh, I gotta put this on this. Dude, this shit's all fucking gone. Fine then. Fuck me, man. God, this is fuck. Who screenshots like this? I can't even put it on the other screen because it's so big. I was supposed to read this. Okay, this is all right. This has been controversial. This is a dead domain pitch. What is this even from, though? Recently, these people defend these. What the fuck is that? Where is this? No, lolly isn't art. Did that whole thing get taken down? Where the fuck is this video? Rant. YouTube video by dead domain. Did the video get taken down? It gone. I can't find it. I can't find this video. Are you guys saying where it is? Did Hassan go full weeb on Japan in World War II? I should talk about that too. That one's a funny one. Okay, yeah, this is from some fucking dead domain video. I wanted to go over it though. All right, this has been controversial, so let me clear up some things. This was a highlight from a stream recently. I didn't have any arguments prepared, quote unquote. I was speaking off the cuff. Okay, that might be why it's gone. So I think some of my assertions have been misconstrued. When I say it, being lolicons, not art, I understand it's art by literal definition. The same can be said of AI art. No, it can't. But wrong. But I try to hold a higher standard to art and culture. I don't think literally anything can just be arbitrarily called art, nor should literally anything be defended because it's quote unquote art. When I say I don't see it as art, I'm saying me personally refuse to acknowledge it as such. That's a personal opinion, all of this. I don't understand how in the left we can have all these different beliefs of religion, morality, truth, etc. We can't get past someone having a personal definition of art. I'll tell you how. I think that's where I wanted. First and foremost, here's my thing. Until I've seen you draw, write, make music, and it has high levels of like practice and quality, I don't care what your opinions on art are. I just don't. It's absolutely like a matter of luck as far as I'm concerned. Like, I think Anthony Fantano plays bass, and I think he's got like a connection to like music in that direction, right? So I can kind of take him seriously. But like Critical Drinker, I think it was, I saw him try to make a movie, and it was an incompetent, schlocky piece of shit. He might as well have just tried to, film something from a Ben Shapiro book inadequately with a cell phone. It was dog shit. So I can disregard his opinions on art because he doesn't know how to make it. If you can't make good art, your opinions on art are worthless. They really are, because there's a lot of people that can talk about it, and I don't think that your voice has value or meaning, because you can't actually have conversations about art past whether or not you are happy with the consumption of it. But if I like start talking to you about, I did this shot, right? I'm sitting on the fucking bottom left of the lower third. I got a guy up against a wall. I'm using, I'm shooting pretty hot, right? Shooting hot. So he's really, really blown out in the highlights on the side of his face. The wall behind him is a neutral, like darker color. So it's showing up, and there's a lot of detail in the wall. When I'm shooting him and he's super hot like that, and I want to still get all this detail on the wall, what should I do in order to maintain all that wall detail and his face, but still, but kind of reduce how much heat is on that photo? Like how should I bring down the heat while maintaining the current focus and stuff? You know what I mean? And if you're like, okay, I have one way to do it, you're wrong, because there's a million ways to do that. There's a million ways to do it, but unless you actually have like a deep understanding of how that shit's made, I don't give a fuck what you have to say about it. I don't give a fuck. You're people whose ability to interact with art is limited to I like it or I don't like it are useless. They're worthless in the grand scheme of talking about artistic pursuit. I have no value for you. I don't care. I'm practicing. One day I'll be good. Well, one day I'll have some reason to fucking listen to you. Okay? But until then, most people that have opinions on art should actually shut the fuck up and sit on their hands. They should know their place in the world, which is silence. You already just exist to consume other people talking. Why are you fucking trying to break that? That's why. It's because the left is made up of a lot of people who are disabused liberals, but they still want liberalism in leftism. They want to have idealism in place of materialism wherever it suits them. They want a revolution, not because of what a revolution does, but just because it sounds like a product that will fix their lives. They want to be able to purchase this thing called revolution online. And they bring that same mentality as leftists into all of the rest of the spaces that they infest. These like neophytes. And they end up like, oh, everything's art. No, you're dealing with the impoverished nature of language, because we have equivocated the word art and physical drawn art together. And so there's a lot of things that are quite literally in one definition of the word art, as in it's a drawn image or a printed pictographic image on some sort of medium that you can observe with your eyes. And you think that having the same word as art, they're not even synonyms, they're homonyms to a degree. There's actually a very specific way. They're definitionally derivative of the same root word. It's like saying meal. I want a meal. Okay, you want meat? What kind of meal? Do you want oatmeal? Do you want some other kind of? No, I want a steak. I want a meal. I want steak. Well, you said you want meal. I'm pretty sure that meal is grain. Actually, no, meal is anything that you can eat. Anything can be a meal. Like, that's how stupid you sound. That you people, and I say that word with the biggest fucking quotation marks around it, that talk about art and can't make it, are so useless. They're so because most of the time anything can be art means I want recognition for my dog shit drawings, okay? And you don't get to have that. AI art is not literally art. AI art's not art at all. AI art is fucking some sort of thing, printed media, okay? Call it that. It's someone just called something what it wasn't in order to pretend it is what it isn't. It's dumb as fuck. What Dead Domain is trying to say on the second paragraph of this is already an established thing. You got to get out and read about censorship before you have conversations about censorship. What Dead Domain is trying to articulate is that lolicon appeals only to the prurient interest. Prurient, one of the most difficult words on earth to say. P-R-U-R-I-E-N-T, prurient. Prurient interest is interest which has nothing but debased value to someone. It is solely for sexual, titillating purposes. It is not in order to express some deeper emotion. It is not in order to articulate some idea about the world. It is first and foremost to get you hard and make you fucking bust one. Okay? That's fine for a lot of different things. It's not fine for content involving children. Why? It's a social taboo. Well, why should I abide by the social taboo? Well, it's something that's very illegal in other places. It'll also become more illegal if we have to start asking the question. So you don't talk about it. You just leave it alone. Well, why should I have to? Because the only reason you're engaging with it is because you're anonymous on the internet. And if you were saying these things in public to people that could see you, you would put them at risk of going to jail for murdering you, which everybody would think they were kind of cool for doing. That's what a social taboo is. Well, that doesn't sound, I don't want to live in that world. Hey, go out into public and start talking about how much you love lolicon. You won't have to live in that world. People will solve that issue for you. You are committing the taboo. No one is going to get convinced out of the taboo because every time you get a little bit of groundway, someone like me comes out and just goes, oh, you're a pedophile. That's pedophile shit. I've always thought that was the case. I don't think that it's worth wasting time trying to hunt down anonymous people online and have everyone start filtering through 10 billion different images to figure out what is and isn't and does and doesn't constitute yada 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 yada. It seems nice, but then when you actually have, I don't know, I'm an adult, so I have engaged with government work. When it comes to engaging with government work, it is fucking impossible to actually do shit like that, which is why all of the censorship laws that we have in America are the way that they are. You will require committees, you will require investigators, you will skyrocket an insane amount of money to try to break down this thing, which is not going to be as much of a solution for the problem as the problem causes other issues. Should lolicons all fucking go on an all bleach diet? Yes, of course. You're a pedophile. Are you generally worth hunting if I don't know you exist? No, because technically speaking, in isolated situations, you don't actually cause harm to the extent that other things do, and we have a limited amount of people to hunt with our budget. You're not a target. You're just so low value of a target that only when you make yourself obvious must you be eliminated. And in that case, yes, you need to be burned from the world with the purging fire of, hey, look at this fucking pedophile until you go away somehow. That's it. But like, yeah, it's not to the extent of damage of other things, but it's still damaging. It's still fucking bad. It is a way for, and I found this out more and more, a way for other pedophiles to use pseudo-legal loopholes to signal their pedophilia to other people so they can create their little fucking pedophile clubs and sell real CSAM. That's it. So all people that deal and trade and fucking barter and especially defend lolicon are pedophiles. Their defenders are to be treated as pedophiles and called pedophiles until they fucking stop fucking with those people. Because like, if you go over, you're like, hey man, I buy a lot of home movies from this guy. He is a pedophile. He sold a lot of pedophile home movies out of his van. But I'm just purchasing non-pedophilia ones, and you gotta like let people that go, no, dude, no one's, what the fuck even is that story? Absolutely not. Prurient interest is the word you're trying to use. It is images created for the prurient interest. Art created for prurient interest. Tyler, should we fucking censor that? We already fucking do. It's already illegal in a lot of different ways in a lot of different states. Why aren't more people being arrested for it? They are. It's just not highly televised because this doesn't make a lot of fucking sense. They're hard to find because no actual human is generally being harmed in the moment, right? So like there's not like a kid that's being harmed that grows up and goes like, hey, blow up this entire fucking thing, right? They are 1 or 2 steps removed from that, and that ability to isolate themselves gives them a leeway to avoid the long arm of the law. But these idiots online are connecting themselves more and more because people are paying to be on Twitter with their disgusting internet personas and purchasing drawn child pornography. Also, platforms like Grok enable people to use artificial intelligence to make pornography of living people and their children, which is disgusting. Art for the prurient interest is pornography. That's what it is. If it's prurient interest, child pornography, it is a type of child pornography, and you should be treated with all of the negativity that any other pedophile would be treated with. Pedophilia itself is not strictly speaking illegal. The state of being interested in children, as long as you keep it to yourself and no one ever finds out, is not illegal because no one will ever know. Purchasing, making, trading, owning, possessing, etc., child abuse materials is illegal. Pederasty, having relations with a child, is fucking a crime, and you should be killed for it. I think that pederasty should be a death sentence. I don't think that's a brave thing to say. Now, not everybody agrees with me. That's fine. A withering box death sentence. I sentence you to death by withering over the course of 100 years. That's the case. That's the situation at hand. Prurient interest is what you were trying to say, but people don't look into any of this stuff. It's so many motherfuckers that have like, we're 80 conversations deep. Maybe I'll get more than 3 paragraphs deep into this, but you'll get 80 conversations deep into the viability of Kamala Harris as a presidential candidate. Could AOC be president someday? I don't know if Irish Americans are down for it or some stupid shit. Like, what in the fuck are you fucking talking about? And then when it's like, can you answer a fundamental civics question? People are just lost. And this isn't like a dead domain is especially stupid or anything, even not at all or remotely. Not even the case at all. It's just like, this isn't the first time anyone's talked about this kind of stuff. You should just always look up, hey, do we have ways of having this conversation? Is this, it's just new no one's talked about this before. We have. So why child pornography is illegal? There was a time when child pornography was not illegal. I know this because it is illegal, and the law doesn't go back to the Bible and God's first edicts. So at some point, someone was like, dude, are you drawing pictures of kids being hurt? And then someone goes, yeah. And they're like, man, I really want to kill you for making that. Like, it's just in my head. I just want you dead. Like flashing lights inside my skull. You should never do that again. Okay. Cause I'll murder you if I ever see something like that in your person. Okay. I don't know if that's the case. Oh, this is a civilized. I didn't say, no, I'm not saying it's civilized or fair. I don't care about that. I'm telling you, I'll fucking kill you if I see you doing that. Like, why these laws show up. The government's like, hey, what's going on? Like, hey man, this guy keeps drawing pictures of kids getting hurt. I think I'm gonna lose my shit if I fucking find out that he keeps doing it, and I'm gonna go and I'm gonna set his house on fire with him inside of it or something like that. The government goes, yeah, I can see why someone would do that. No, that's a crime too. Yeah, it is, but it's worth going to jail over. I'll go to prison. I'll do the time on 10 toes down. I will do the time on this. I will go to jail to fucking put this person in the dirt. All right, well, yeah. Anyone else think? Yeah, we all think that we would do that too. Okay, well, we can't have you guys all mob justice. How about we say that this guy will go to jail instead of you guys if he does it again? All right, yeah, we can agree on that as a society. Well, that's not fair. I'm just drawing pictures. Look, they're gonna fucking kill you. Could you stop drawing the pictures? No, it's my right. No, I want to. All right, well, if you share it, if someone finds out, they're gonna get you. These guys are saying the same thing. They're saying if they fucking see the picture, they're gonna lose their cool. They're gonna fucking, they're gonna find some bricks and some rope in a fucking big deep pond to put you in. All right, John's got a pig farm. He's got, I'm going to feed him to the pig farm shirts on. He's selling the shirts. You need to cut that shit out. Social taboo. And it's one that's only gotten stronger as people have discussed it. Tyler, should social taboos rule society? First off, they fucking do. Second off, taboos that are interacted with grow on their terms and explored, grow stronger or weaker depending on whether or not the taboo is valid. All the taboos against hurting children, sexually or otherwise, have only gotten stronger under inspection. There's next to nobody, even people that do it, that don't know intrinsically like this is a harmful thing. This is a harm-causing deal. You go to other taboos in American history, miscegenation. You can't have people of two different races intermarrying and having kids, et cetera, et cetera. As we've inspected that taboo, it has only gotten weaker to the point where even the people who are aligned with the individuals politically that would have been hyper anti-miscegenation, those people are having or deeply in interracial relationships, because that taboo under inspection and under violation is shown to not be valuable. It was established and then it was gotten rid of. However, walking around in public and shitting in the middle of the street, it's a taboo. Does it cause any harm? It could reasonably not cause harm in certain situations, but if you see someone doing it, you're gonna go, that fucking weird fuck just took a shit in the middle of the street. He walked out naked of his house and shit in the middle of the fucking street. Yeah, well, was anyone harmed? Dogs shit in the street. Did he clean it up? Well, yeah, he cleaned it up, but I just saw a guy shit in the fucking middle of the street ass naked like a dog. Absolutely, that can't fucking happen. There's a taboo against it because it's a weird fucking thing to do. It's weird. It's gross. If you do a parenthetical around it, if you could vote for Donald Trump in 2016, or you could put a guy in jail for taking his clothes off and shitting in the middle of the street, would you vote for Donald Trump in 2016 or whatever the fuck? No, shut the fuck up. It's weird. So your only argument is it's weird? It's my only argument I need to have. Yes. It is my only fucking argument, and I'm based for making it. It's a fucking weird thing to do. And you get enough people on your side, you go, hey, we should put people in jail if they shit in the middle of the street, because then they can't go to streets anymore to shit in them. Yeah, that makes sense. That's fucking sick, dude. Hell yeah. No more people walking around naked like dogs and pooping in the fucking middle of the road. There you go. The taboo upon inspection goes, yeah, that's actually pretty fucking solid. That's pretty fucking solid. I'm about it. I'm about it. Fucking absolutely fucking insane. Okay, I'm gonna continue with this. If this one issue is enough for you to completely trash me, call me a grifter. Say I don't care about survivors, say I'm hurting people with this rhetoric or any of the things I've said about this video, then you never actually liked me or my content, you never wanted any kind of conversation. Echo chambers, okay, fuck all y'all. I've seen people I dead named someone and I'm relying on Kiwi Farms. I don't like or support Kiwi Farms. I have spoken against them many, many times. However, I can acknowledge also when they are the only ones trying to uncover the truth about an issue that's easily obfuscated by bad faith actors, which is exactly what happened here. I'll tell you what, you never get hit harder with the I looked at Kiwi Farms for 2 seconds than from fucking pedos. Dude, every time some fucking lolicon, fucking CP, child sex enjoying fucking pervert is out there, anything else. Oh no, like, dude, I just looked at Kiwi Farms real quick, and like they were making fun of the quartering. They said he's fat. Oh my god, he's cucked. Yeah, okay, that's fine. But the second it's like, hey, they got video of you saying that you like child pornography on this website, the Kiwi Farms. What about? Oh my god, it's the worst website in the history of mankind. I'm going to post this on Twitter. I'm a blue check fucking Twitter user on my 5th alt. Blue check Twitter user, and I'm gonna say, how dare you use Kiwi Farms? Like, bitch, you're on a fucking website owned by an actual South African fucking neo-Nazi. Like, goddamn. Paying him money for the privilege of using it. Take it fucking easy. I don't think there's any fucking non-evil websites left anymore. What would be the closest? Blue Sky? AI fucking vibe coded shithole? Still somehow better than fucking Twitter. Blue Sky I will actually post like normal stuff on. It's so grating. Or not grating, jarring. I also don't believe I dead named anyone, as I was under the impression that a VTuber's name isn't an identity but an online person. This criticism seems like a reach to me to make me sound as evil and bad faith as possible. No, say VTubers' real names. It's very funny. Fuck VTubers. Fuck the VTubing community. I don't care about your secret identities. It's so stupid. Everybody pretend that I'm a fucking I'm actually I'm actually an anime angel. I'm actually an anime angel on the internet. Okay. Counterpoint, no, you're not. Your actual name is Greg, and you live in Philadelphia. Philadelphia. You're ruining the kayfabe. Without my voice changer and my VTuber avatar, people won't think that I'm kawaii. If people don't think I'm kawaii, they won't pay me anymore to watch my shows. I need people to think that I'm kawaii, otherwise they won't watch me talk about how Donald Trump is great. Dude, fuck VTubers. All VTubers can get named. All VTubers can get named. I don't give a shit. What if we say your name? I already know my name. It's on my birth certificate. I say it at the start of every fucking show. Oh, God. If you watch my streams and content, you know that's not true. I always welcome conversation. I'm always willing to educate myself and have my mind change. I want to thank the people that commented links, concise arguments, blah, blah. On to the criticism that I think is slightly more good faith. I understand concerns around censorship and how banning content like this could hypothetically lead to censoring more content. I just think it's silly. It won't. It just won't. Like, it's a bad argument made by pedophiles online because we already have censorship laws. We just do. We had the worst censorship laws in this country, in America. I don't give a fuck about, if you live somewhere else, I don't fucking care. Don't tell me about your Polish censorship laws. Say it in Polish so that I just know that I can ignore it. Jesus fucking Christ. We've already had censorship laws. They have decreased. They've gone down. They just have gone down since the 1950s and the Hays Code and shit. Sometimes new stuff has come up. We had censorship laws arise in the 90s around video games and CDs. That's the parental advisory. Parental advisory actually might be late 80s, but parental advisory labels on CDs and ESRB ratings for video games. Oh my God, it's going to fucking censor everything out. Oh, it's going to be completely nothing. None of that happened. None of that happened. You can still get access to all kinds of crazy shit. We had worse censorship laws on the books a long time ago. And generally, every time censorship comes up to the Supreme Court, it's why it's not pursued very often. First Amendment wins with so few exceptions that the exceptions are literal child pornography laws. Child pornography laws, and that's pretty much it. Like, they can't even get video game censorship through in 35, 40 years of, was that Hillary Clinton? Tipper Gore? I can't remember. I don't know. Some fucking nag. Literally. Some old fucking nag that was born in the 1940s. These video games are driving the kids crazy. And like that shit, it gets shut down. There's nothing about Lolicon being passed censorship-wise in the American government that's going to do anything. Now, if no one does anything about lolicon, will payment processors, etc., start cracking down extra hard on things that even look like it, or even to the side of it look like it is fine? I don't know. That they would think is the same thing because they can't tell. So, like, you know, someone tells them lolicon is Japanese cartoons of Japanese cartoon pornography, right? Of kids, and then they go, okay, well, why not just get rid of all the Japanese cartoon pornography type stuff? Yeah, but that's payment processors and shit, and that actually shouldn't even be allowed. That should be gone after, because nobody should be able to tell me who I can and can't do business with on the internet, except for maybe at best the government, but absolutely not the fucking payment processors themselves. They should have no fucking rights at all. They're payment processors. Should do their fucking job. But no one's having that conversation because, like, the vast majority, for some reason, of lolicons are fucking hardcore right-wingers. For some reason. Hardcore right-wingers. Every time I've seen fucking lolicon shit pop off, it's almost never, ever that I've seen somebody that's an actual, like, leftist. I think the closest you can get is, like, Demon Mama and her fucking crew of freaks. And they're about as leftist as, I don't know, fucking Toe Jam. They don't have any actual leftist prescriptions. They're just like, trans rights are good, and maybe kids shouldn't go to school if they don't want to, which I don't think are leftist positions. One of them's a humanist position. Leftists should adopt it, but it's not necessarily like only leftists would think that. You know what I mean? There's liberals will think that. You can convince a lot of conservatives that should be the case. Whether you believe it or not, it's a humanist position, not a strictly leftist position. As it's not strictly leftist, it can be other people's positions as well. So it doesn't make you a leftist by having it. So, like, yeah, but when you start fucking dealing with fucking lolicon freaks, right wingers, like, with hard right prescriptions, like, dude, a lolicon person calling you a fucking Jew in a sneeze is, like, so fucking consistent. It's bizarre, because you would think the right wingers, with all their fucking going on, would be real hardcore about fucking, you know, beating that down. But they are relentless over there. I think it's because the right wing won, quote unquote, the libertarian connection in the great libertarian wars, really, of what the mid 2010s. Who should libertarians side with? And then the fucking right wingers got them, because they're like, you'll pay less taxes you'll pay less of. Okay, but can we have child brides and fucking child porn? They're like, yeah, fuck it, why not? For now, until we gotta fucking exterminate you. So they're all over the fucking right. See a lolicon person is gonna be like, yeah, this is a lolly. I mean, dude, half is probably a shockingly massive amount of VTubers are just people that are actively engaging with pedophilia as a trope. They're like grown adults pretending to be children to attract people who are attracted to children in order to pump their right-wing message. It's fucking weird. Or they're like, yeah, we exist at the Rev says Des, pedophile. Raw a pedophile, right-winger. Oh shit, I lost track of my little guys. I missed the Hassan Pearl Harbor segment yet? No, not yet. Fuck it. I lost my track of thought. But yeah, dude, it's relentless over there. Watch my student content, criticism, hypothetically censor more content. I think it's just silly. There's more concentrated moral panic in the mainstream of content of this. It's mostly ignored. That hasn't stopped right-wing movements trying to ban and censor culture war issues, like taking LGBTQ books from libraries. If someone wants to censor something, they don't need an excuse. And I think this all-or-nothing approach is short-sighted and unrealistic. True. In the video, I address many of the other arguments I keep seeing people assert, like violent video games, etc. But to me, this is a very simple bottom line. I don't think any images of explicit sexual content involving children should be acceptable. That's it. Based. If I was able to reframe the thesis of this video, I'd say I don't think any images of explicit sexual content of children should be acceptable, and it's been normalized to the point that thousands automatically defend an actual pedophile. Because that is the core of what I'm arguing here, or at least trying to. God, I need to zoom in on this. I don't even necessarily think it should result in jail. is very much a case-by-case basis that requires a lot more legal nuance, which is why I think debating the core topic by diverting to 1,000 unrelated hypotheticals is a little more than deflection. The pedithetical. I'm talking about one issue. I'm not talking about what about X and what if they come for X. Yeah, pedithecals. They love them. They love the pedithetical. One thing I should have been more clear on is that I generally don't care what people do in private. If it doesn't hurt anyone and everyone consents, I've always taken a hands-off approach. I've talked about this for years on Stream and Point. I've been incredibly consistent, even defending things I don't like. Seeing people say I'm anti-kink or anti-CNC is wild because there's nothing to do with this. I mean, yeah. No, this is weird. Faux fucking lefty bashing. I'm not talking in broad terms in this video. I'm very obviously and very specifically talking about that exact kind of content that the police found. Not just cartoons, not just erotic art, but media is generally stomach churning to think about. It is not puritanical to say that normalizing things like this, defending them as an artistic expression that is as valid as anything else, is bad in general. In the video, that approach literally led to thousands jumping to the defense of an actual predator before they knew the facts. Yeah, if I remember this correctly, and the guy looks exactly like what you would think he looks like, fucking minus the fedora. Some fucking, I guess they're a VTuber or something, I don't know, but they're a lolicon artist. And they had, on their phone, they had images of, I think, children engaged in bestiality, so Vosh-coded behavior. I'm not going to be looking deeper into that story, I don't care. Art, no, something it should exist, result in lifelong imprisonment on its own. Art specifically, no. Probably lifelong psychiatric hold. You have to go to the fucking the worst thing, not just prison. You have to go to fucking psych hold. On politics, YouTuber, I have opinions. I am not some arbiter of moral virtue. I am not dictating that everyone needs to live how I see fit. I'm giving my opinion on an issue I have intense feelings about. At the end of the day, we can disagree on this, but I have no power to actually change this system or how it works. Even if I thought all content that depicts lollies should be illegal, I've never said this, it doesn't mean that it'll actually happen. We live in a society run by pedophiles and predators, where attitudes like this are continuing to be normalized. I don't see graphic and detailed depictions of children being essayed by animals, which is part of the content the VTuber was arrested for. There you go. Shout out fucking Vosh. As the free speech hill to die on, I see it as an extension of the very right-wing projects that so many are now accusing me of. A method to continue glorifying and fetishizing the subjugation and abuse of the helpless. The same cannot, in my opinion, be so flatly attributed to any of the other what about X arguments I've seen people bring up, like games or violent movies. I have a better understanding now, thanks to some patient commenters, of how victims of CSAM may be able to use this content to help find catharsis. I'm not going to argue against that, but I also see the inverse, where Nazis are just as commonplace in these spaces who fetishize how helpless and vulnerable lollies are. As always, this is more nuanced discussion, and I'll admit that my video doesn't cover this as much as necessary. I'm going to argue against that. I don't care what happened to you as a kid. You don't get to have access to child porn or make additional child pornography or drawn images. I don't care. I'll tell you this right now. Write out everything that fucking happened to you. Put it on a piece of paper and burn it. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what you went through. I don't give a fuck how you feel about it. I don't fucking care about you personally. I don't know you. You do not need child pornography to help you get over your fucking trauma. You don't. You know that, I know that, and you're fucking lying to yourself if you think that that's the case. This is sea lining horse shit, okay? I got beat up when I was a kid, right? I've been fucked up physically. One of the things that helps me cope with getting fucked up was beating the shit out of other people because it makes you feel strong again. But it doesn't actually help. It's actually just re-engaging in the same harmful behaviors. It is a cycle. Getting strong enough to not have to fight people and being the kind of person that other motherfuckers just don't want to scrap with is actually fine. But going around and beating the shit out of people because you got beat up before doesn't fix anything. Going around after you were abused as a child and abusing other children or engaging in distaff forms of fucking child abuse is not helpful to anyone. I fucking need to find the doctors that are actually saying this, because I swear to God, this sounds like fucking Tumblr horseshit. Actually, I need fucking access to lolicon because I got fucking touched as a kid and I need to have access to child pornography to deal with that. No, the fuck you don't. No one needs that shit to deal with anything. It is not a strong medicine that must be held back for only the most necessary users. If someone says that, they're fucking lying. You're a fucking liar. You're lying to yourself. You're lying to other people. You don't need that shit. Get a fucking hobby is what you need. Go learn how to repair and maintain bikes. Do not download drawn child pornography to help you deal with your childhood, you weird fuck. You animal, you dog, you rat piece of shit. Absolutely fucking not. Stupid as fucking shit. Somebody tried to bring that. That was the first, I think, one of the first massive series of fucking hand throwing that I got into when I started fucking streaming. Was I had people coming in here saying very similar types of things in and around, like, before maybe even and during the Demon Mama shit. It's like, no, fuck, shut the fuck up. Know your fucking place in a conversation, which is for the rest of your life absolute fucking silence. Oh, you would say that to a victim of abuse? Yes. Fuck yeah, you're fucking wrong. You're not fucking special. What, something bad happened to you in your childhood where everyone's got to fucking stop talking and pretend like you know what the fuck is going on? You got magic assessing the fucking world powers from some trauma that you went through, and now you get to have access to child pornography is the end of that stuff? No, shut the fuck up. I'm gonna tell you what no one else has told you from a place of safety in your life. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You're out of your fucking mind. Disgusting. No. Absolutely fucking not. But if I don't have access to it, I'll suffer. Then you must suffer. Embrace the pain. Okay? Every day is like walking on broken glass when I can't have my child pornography. Then enjoy the glass. Be like all the rest of us and do what all the rest of us would do. Fuck. like child fucking, like, lolicon is your methadone or some shit. Oh, I need my fucking dose. I'm getting my child porn itches. Absolutely not. There's some things where, like, yeah, you need to, I'll die without it. Then it's time to go. Bye. I don't give a fuck. What the fuck out of your mind? I will say it. I am there. I am there to say it. I will guide you through that one. I'll be your fucking Virgil. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. I also want to take accountability for referring to Lolly as CSAM, as again, after reading materials sent to me, I have a better understanding of how it trivializes victims. No, shut up. Absolutely not. No, that's sea lioning horse shit. No. The child sex abuse material isn't just because a child was abused. It is material that depicts child sexual abuse. That's the material. Absolutely not. Dead domain. You got to fucking get rid of those. Get them out of your community. Absolutely not. Every time you hear some shit like that, you bring someone in, they're gonna be like, as a counselor, okay, you're a counselor, where do you work? I don't really want to say. Okay, where did you get your degree from? Well, I'm still working on my degree. How old? You sound like you're in your 40s. How are you still working on a counseling degree in your 40s? Well, education is a continuing circumstance. How many fucking people have you counseled? Well, I talked to a lot of people on Discord, yet disregarded. Done, fucking regarded. Then apologize. That's trivializing to me. I don't fucking, suck it the fuck up. Get trivialized. It's fucking disgusting shit. We're talking about something else. Were you trying to fucking, who on fucking God's green earth is trying to distract from, hey, I think these people are pedophiles. All right, now, I was pedophiled as a child. I feel like you're kind of pushing me to the side here. First off, yes, because you are an adult now. So take it easy. We're trying to prevent the next fucking thing. Also, why the fuck is that the point? How did you manage to get people within 2 paragraphs that are coming in and being like, hey, some people need child porn to survive childhood trauma, and also you're hurting some victims' feelings. Like, I don't think those people fucking exist. I'm going to need a full series of case studies before I let one fucking dipshit that's online with an anonymous past. It's going to be somebody with a anime profile picture and a sob story represent the entirety of child abuse survivors. No. And even if it is the case, still no. What the fuck are you talking about? It's material depicting child sexual abuse. The fuck are you fucking talking about? It's disgusting. This is the fake left shit that other people get fucking mad about. It really is the case. This is have your cake and eat it too type shit. Oh, hold on now. When we're talking about prevention, what we really need to hyperfixate on is things that people have already eaten. This person hasn't had anything bad happen to them in 35 years. They're not related to it at all. You actually don't even know if anything happened to them. But they would like to derail the entire conversation that other people are having in order to talk about how they personally feel as though it represents the entirety of how everybody feels. Okay, yeah, no, disregarded. All right, sorry. Shut up. The fuck? It's like, I don't know. What are you... Is your first and foremost concern not the victims? No, it's the prevention. Fuck. I don't want it to fucking happen. You know what I mean? You're making me feel bad about it years down the line. Okay, look, if you feel fucking bad about it, but we stop it happening to anyone else and then they can't feel bad about it, then that is a sacrifice that I'm willing to make. Prepare to get sacrificed, homie. You out of your fucking mind? This shit is so fucking nuts. Don't change the video itself. I don't want to be accused of covering up something, so I won't take it down, but I will be changing the thumbnail and title to be more accurate. Okay, I don't know where the fuck thumbnail is. I also want to take accountability for referring to... No, fuck that. The core of my argument is that this content has become so normalized that thousands of people reflexively jumped to the defense of an actually dangerous person. This is someone who expressed actual pedophile urges and actively fantasized about violating real children. Die. So to see thousands do literally the same reflexive defense, calling me a right-wing reactionary and asserting that we basically should never have any standards for media because it could trigger some nebulous hypothetical censorship purge is disappointing. I wasn't as eloquent as I could have been. No, actually, like, the only thing Dead Domain fucked up here is apologizing at all. You didn't do a fucking thing wrong, except for apologizing down here at the bottom. Because I was speaking from a place of belief and passion. There are several things I would word and explain differently. I've read a lot of feedback and fully acknowledge that I didn't take into account the psychiatric use of this content for victims of abuse. And for that, I apologize. Don't, because that shit's made the fuck up. Made the fuck up. Where? Where in the fuck? Dude. Where? What in the absolute shit? Someone's gonna send me the most bug ass fucking the most fucking bug ass fucking like doctoral study that's never been replicated by anyone because no one else would do it. What would you say in regards to the single study that has ever been done on 4 people I knew at college? Here's a study. I wrote it myself. Oh my God. I tried something new with posting an entirely opinion-based rant from a stream, and now I know to prepare more for beforehand. I gotta hear this fucking rant now. I still stand for free speech. I still stand for expression. I'm still pro-kink. I'm also not a system. There is no slippery slope to my personal opinions. This is a hard line for me. I don't think it should be illegal necessarily. I don't think it should be visible. The fact that so many people seem so intent on making it more visible than ever is concerning to me. I'm also always learning, trying to improve. That said, if someone has education on this issue wants to debate it sometime, I'd be more than down. The only thing I would debate Dead Domain on this is why the fuck did you even bother trying to apologize to these fucking losers? Grow an additional 10 toes to stand 20 toes down on this thing. I will fucking stand beside you. I will give you the other 10 toes. If I tell your local maintenance guy or construction worker that you jerk at the drawings of children, they're gonna grab the nearest blunt force object. Yeah, dude, get fucking dunked on. Oh, Grimley isn't here. What's up? I don't know why Dead Domain believes it can be used to help. I suspect they're just overwhelmed and believe pseudoscience in a state of vulnerability. I mean, I've heard a bunch of fucking pseudoscience studies about that shit too. They pop out. It's like it can be used. The one I always heard was it could be used in prevention or something, which I was like, all right, big if true. I don't really fucking study that shit. I don't get involved in those fucking communities. Solely academic studies that come out of West Germany in the 1970s. Tyler, I haven't been able to watch you in a while. Great to see your channels continue to do well. Thank you very much. Okay, how's a controversial statement to say Loli is CSAM? It is, full stop, in a story. There's no ambiguity there. I mean, that's the point of it. Like, what the fuck? It's like, at best, the best one I heard, and I dumped this completely once I started actually like fucking paying attention, because you hear it, it's like, all right, I internalize it, whatever. This is the whole thing with the fucking, me saying like, whatever, fucking goonsy goons with Vosh. It's like, if you engage with shit like this, you're fucking disgusted. It's fucking nasty pedo shit, right? Is it causing some horrific moral damage to society if you are secretly doing it? Nobody knows about it, and nobody is literally being hurt? No. But it's still a taboo. If you are talking about it, especially if you're being supportive of it, you've probably got to get got because you're trying to spread it around. Do you know what I mean? If you keep nasty shit to yourself and I never find out about it, I don't care to pursue thought crime. That's my opinion. I cannot read your mind. Thank God for that. Lucky you, motherfucker. Lucky you get fucking unbreakable. So, like, there's no point, in my opinion, in this, like, you know, pursuing some sort of, like, gigantic crusade against it if you never fucking hear about it. But you don't. You don't never not hear about it. And if, like, people got caught with it and they were, like, deeply ashamed and were like, oh, I'm going to go to fucking therapy and shit. Okay, cool. But Vosh, when I thought he was going to do that, he didn't. He fucking, like, his audience just lied that it happened. Like, they pretended that he didn't have lolicon AI bestiality porn put it on his stream. He should be in jail. He should at least be minimum fined like hundreds of thousands of dollars. Like, I'm not even fucking kidding you. And his career should be ruined, but now people are still fucking dealing with him, which is a major issue. Like, it needs to be addressed. Like, he needs to be fucked up. Like, just raw. Like, his shit needs to get fucking obliterated. But it's not happening, which is what flipped me on it. I was like, okay, yeah, maybe he'll fucking learn from this and, like, go get some fucking treatment or some shit, you know? Because whatever. I'm like, in that moment, it's fucking gross. I don't ever want to see it. But, like, if I don't fixate on it, I can ignore that it exists, and I don't have to have another thing in my mind that I can't do anything about. Do you know what I mean? But then it's like, oh no, it's actually a major issue in these spaces. It's like a fucking insane issue in these spaces. All this lolicon shit. Because I mean, that was him in fucking February, and then by August, I've got his good friend who he has hung out with before, Demon Mama, has been like fucking abusing this fucking kid for years and sharing like pornography with a literal child. Like, that's just a crime. I reported it. I have no idea what happened. People don't care to fucking pursue this shit. If you care about it, why don't you report these as crimes and get them arrested? Why weren't they arrested? Bro, the fucking president is a pedophile. The president is a pedophile. The fucking pedophile he was friends with was like hanging out on a secret island with like all of the people that you have ever seen run shit. And he was arrested like once or twice before, and they just let him go, even though there was like crying kids like, he did it. It was him. Like, we're getting to a position in this country where it's like, yo, y'all gotta fucking, there's no faith to be had in the justice system to pursue these kind of fucking freaks. They are running the show. They snuck in, however the fuck they did, through racism and tax cuts. They snuck in. And they're making sure that they're not fucking pursued. It's the same thing that's on Twitter. That is just Epstein shit. They'll look past it, you know, and they fucking edge in more and more and more and more and more. And like, yeah, I fucking radicalized me instantly. Like, oh, okay, these people don't have any fucking shame, which means something else. And then you look at it, it's like, oh, okay, all the fucking lolicon people all know each other and fucking link arms. Oh, wait, all these perverts are in the same fucking communities. And then all this behavior is stacked on top of also sexual impropriety against women, sexual harassment, abuse. Fucking it goes all the way, continue down. It's like, oh yeah, Destiny's receiving literally receiving CSAM from a minor via their fucking pimp, their human trafficker. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, this is actually a fucking serious issue. Flashbanged? Where'd you get flashbanged by? Oh, you mean the Vosh thing? Oh, Epstein was convicted, and they did backflips to figure out a way to let him go anyway. Yeah. Why would you listen to the victims when you can listen to the rich and powerful people who weren't even there? True. Well, they might have been. You don't know they weren't. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Hold on, Darth. There are definitely some laws with that goal, like any of the far right states trying to define being trans or drag in public as porn. That shit's fucking. It still hasn't worked. Sometimes you pass those laws that you can't actually try somebody with it. Mantor, if you support laws against CSAM, then the slippery slope will cause them to go against queer people. And don't question why I can't cite this. Yeah. Bizarre shit. I don't think studies founded by Moriarty, Mo Lester, and Dr. Ted Toucher especially trustworthy. No. Yeah, like the second to last paragraph of that is what I read. And I was like, I think I gotta cover this on stream. Otherwise, right? Like fucking dude, raw. Like you see somebody getting gaslit. Dead Domain. If you're watching this, somebody sent Dead Domain this clip. Dead Domain, you got gaslit, dog. You got raw gaslit by pedophiles. I don't know if you know this about yourself, but it's okay. It happens. It's like the thing they're good at. You got raw gaslit by pedophiles. That shit, none of that's real. You don't have to apologize for any of that shit. That's made the fuck up. That's made, I don't know what the fuck kind of reading materials they sent you. I'm a pedophile and so can you. by Jimmy Seville. Hell the fuck no. You got gaslight. It's all right. It happens, but you got gaslit by some fucking pedophiles, bro. That's fucking horrible. God damn. Kink can be a good way to process trauma. CSAM, though, isn't kink. No. Kink can be a good way for people to process trauma because it's obviously very often done with a partner. Partner kink, sure. And sometimes it can be used to worsen trauma. It can go either way. If they have a good partner. Just doing BDSM with somebody doesn't mean that you're gonna fix your life. Especially considering that 50 Shades of Grey came out and people just didn't question the fact that that was not dealing with trauma at all. Very much the opposite. Oh my God. Putting yourself in a vulnerable, intimate situation with a partner, which is what a lot of the kink stuff is, yeah, that'll do it. But like, I don't think anybody's fucking cruising through pornography websites on the internet and being like, this is gonna really help with my bullying. What the fuck? Oh. Put the red bars up. They don't work anymore. I broke them somehow. I can't figure them out. I think I have to resize them and shit. Sorry. It's a paraphilia at the end of the day. Yeah, I mean, it's a bunch of different ways to call it. I mean, paraphilias can be bad or good, or inconsequential, completely neutral. They're all over the fucking place, you know. And at the end of the day, I don't give a fuck. Generally, like it goes back to, you know, the king of the fucking pedophile or pedothetical himself, Stephen Bennell. And it's the, you know, if I were saying the N-word in my house, would there be any problem with that? The way that you articulate the argument itself, yes. Because I'm not going to say it's okay to say the N-word. It's not. If someone says anything where I can't hear it and I never know that they're doing it, it doesn't matter because I don't know that they're doing it and I don't hear them saying it. That's just, does a bear shit in the woods? You know? If a bear shits in the woods, does anybody smell it? Like, yeah, if someone's around to smell it. But otherwise, no, out of sight, out of mind. Does out of sight, out of mind count if right now during this hypothetical, I'm telling you that in sight, in mind? No, yeah. When you say you're doing it, or you're strongly suggesting that you do this thing, yes. The hypothetical is now describing a world that you no longer live in. The hypothetical isn't this world. You're in this world where you just basically said that you say the N-word at home all the time. If there's a person, there could literally be a person on my blog that does we'll say they do, let's just come up, they do the yellow thing. Just imagine whatever, don't describe it in the comments, or just imagine the yellow thing. I've made this up. The yellow thing is the most transgressive and horrid thing that anyone can do. But it doesn't require a partner to tango. It's completely isolated inside the house. And unless that person reveals that the yellow thing happens there, no one knows. No one could know. There's no marks, there's no issues, there's no odor, whatever. Is that a problem? Only once you find out about it. Because unless it becomes an issue, then there's no way to find out about it. The second you do find out about it, it should become a major issue because anybody that's involved in the yellow thing should know that if they get fucking caught doing it, it's going to be like, that's the whole thing. That's your fucking kink. You're a fucking pervert. You're flirting with being caught doing something weird, right? Or something like that. But either way, you know that you're supposed to stay in the house. If it brings it outside of the house, it's no longer something that people don't know about, and now you have to get fucked with for it. Like that's just the case. That it's as simple as it sounds. But people want to hyper complicate this with like nonsense. What the fuck? Anthony Gravolia's $5 super chat. I've unfortunately read Rev Says Dez's gay Aryan Twitter roleplay. What in the fuck? Is that real? What? What? Ew. I blame Otterly Noah. Oh my god. It was public. It wasn't DMs. It was just a public tweet. Ugh. Every day it keeps me up at night that Trump is our Jimmy Savile and we know about it, but we made it impossible to prosecute him as the president. Well, we didn't do that. Our fucking forebearers did. Like, you can't, especially if you're under like 60 years old, I'm not even fucking kidding you. You didn't have a choice in what happened. Like, this idea that like people being fucking self-destructively like self-hating about the way America is, and you're under like 40 is insane. First off, if you're under 40 years old, in America, you could have been the president for 5 years legally at this point. 5 years, you've been qualified to be able to be president. You've only, for 22 years, at 40, had the legal ability to run for a representative seat pretty much anywhere in the country. Unless you've gone to law school, you can't even be a fucking judge in giant chunks of the country. So, like, the ability for you to have even done a single fucking thing in this country is nil. At 40. At fucking 20, there's no reason for you to, I'm so upset with my country. You fucking learned you were in this country 4 years ago at best. You don't even know what it's like to be not in the country. You can't get mad at yourself for being in the country. What the fuck are you talking about? Like 23-year-olds. I'm so ashamed to be an American. What the fuck do you know about me and anything else? It's all you've ever been. It's so fucking weird. Oh, God, our country's destroying the world. Like, dude, it's not even your country, you idiot. You just fucking live here. You pay taxes because you fucking have to. You'll go to jail if you don't pay your fucking taxes. They'll find you. They'll know if you don't throw up your $300 a week FICA. They'll find you in a fucking heartbeat. You don't have the money to lie on your taxes. I'm 27. And I'm just disgusted with the way this country. I wish I could have changed things. You can't. You're 27 years old. You've only been able to legally run for office for like 9 years. And most of the people that run for office successfully are not fucking 18. They're not even in their 30s. They're sometimes in their 40s. Unless you live in a place that doesn't have anyone running for shit. You live in some rural fucking nowhere place where you're one of 10,000 total dipshits. And then the 95-year-old guy who's had the seat since the 1960s just finally fucking kicked the bucket. I'm going to run. And then no one else remembers to fill the shit out. People, oh, you Americans should feel so bad for the way you run your country. Dude, have you seen how fucking old the people are that run it? They've been in charge since before I was born. Joe Biden entered office when my dad was 10. I think it was like 74. Don't you feel responsible? No. Like that, dude, it's like, you were on the bus that killed all the people in that school. Like, yeah, I was a passenger. I'm locked in. That's where I was like, oh, it's sentience. Hey, you want to get a job? Sure. You live in the most evil place ever. Okay, sure. Where the fuck are you fucking? Okay, why not? And you look at all of the other places, they fucking suck. You Americans, you're so evil. Like, what are you, Swedish? Swedish people are the most evil human beings on earth. Dude, Swedes will fucking jerk off with one hand about how not racist they are, and then fucking literally use the other hand to Sieg Heil. We have universal health care for everybody. Yeah, because you fucking sat out World War II. What we did was we just sort of played both sides. Fucking pricks. Did you give back all your colonial holdings? Maybe some of them we didn't. We do still do extractive oil extraction throughout the world, including places with slavery, but at least we're not a racist like American. Okay, sure, buddy. I'm fucking here. Oh, God, I'm so ashamed of my country. I'm fucking 45. Like, dude, you've been able to be president for 10 years, but honestly, let's fucking break it down. You're from the suburbs of Philly. It was never happening. It's so fun. You Americans should feel so bad for what you've done. I didn't do fucking anything. I can't feel bad. I can't fake feeling bad. That's for like liberal, like, I don't know, 20-year-olds on Twitter that are mad at their parents or something. I live the fuck out. I can't feel bad about shit I didn't do. I can't. Look what you Americans are doing in Palestine. No, I'm not. I didn't do it. Your tax dollars. I'll go to jail if I don't pay them. Then go to jail. No! They'll still make me do slave labor. I'll be fucking pressing out the fucking license plates. You gotta go and fucking do starvation until you die. No, I don't think I will. I don't think I'll do that. You should feel bad. I can't. This is a thing. If you're like in your 20s or something, you don't realize you're melancholic all the time because you're a fucking loser. 20-year-olds are losers. They still have like young people-ish bodies, but they're getting older and they're starting to realize that like, oh fuck, everything is kind of done for you up until you turn 18. No matter how shitty it is, like everything is done for you. And now I have to do everything for myself, and however shitty it was has not been abated. You don't get to even like be alive until your 30s. I'm not even fucking kidding you. Like you're just not even a real person until you're at least in your 30s. Seriously, see how different the world becomes. No one will ask you shit. They're like, are you supposed to be here? People will think that you're supposed to be there. They get worried that you're going to ask them if they should be there or not. Do you know what I mean? Anywhere. People see me walking in random weird places. I'm trying to find my wife at the store. Walking through the bra section. Why? Because it's the fastest way to get to wherever the fuck she is. Like, I'm cutting through the lingerie. No one, like, gives... Was this guy supposed to be here or not? Like, no, I'm fucking busy. You have purpose and shit. Once you're in your 30s, people are like, that probably on his way somewhere. You know? 20-year-olds. Dude, it kills me. I can't even take people's like complaints seriously. They're on the internet crying. Oh my God. I feel so bad. If I could have just voted in 2016. It's so fucking funny, man. Jesus Christ. Tyler, you're a bit of a dirtbag, affectionate. I mean, I am. The things are bad. Do you know what I mean? But I can't feel bad for something I didn't do. I just can't. It's hard. You know what I mean? It's difficult. I can feel pity. I can feel like, oh, sympathetic. Empathy? Sure. But like this like self-flagellation culture that's been popping up since like the mid-20s. I can't do it. It's one of the things where people are like, oh, you know, were you in the alt-right pipeline? Were you a little bit like, I was like more closely aligned with some conservative types, like Joe Rogan, because people would tell you, and they still do. I never changed on this one. You should feel bad about stuff that you haven't done. And I can't do it. I already have enough stuff that I have done to feel bad about. Stupid, like, little me personal shit. Dumb things. You know, like, stealing somebody's sandwich in, like, 3rd grade or something like that, which I didn't even do. I'm not going to tell you a real thing. Just feel bad about that. Like, when that hits me, I feel real feelings. You know what I mean? Because, like, I lived a life. And so, like, that, oh, yeah. And then someone's like, I don't know if you know this, but America did another thing. Okay. It's the worst thing ever. All right. Did America do it? Did I do it? Who did it? You did. Did I? Because I know where I was. I have an alibi. I think that's the other thing. I think that's a real... People have accused me of being middle class. That's fine, because compared to some of the people I grew up next to, I know I'm not whatever the fuck they were. I think I grew up what we would call working class. Because I have seen what people that are middle class have, and I was... That shit's crazy. A fucking swimming pool? Y'all grew up with a fucking swimming pool? Your parents could just pay for you to go to college? No loan? Not a single loan. What the fuck? Really? That's crazy. That's nuts. You know what I mean? Horse riding lessons. What did you have? I had get the fuck home after school and do your homework. That's the fuck I had. So like where I'm from, like you have an alibi. People will try, if you're poor, I don't know if you know this, like I'm not like, you know, the poorest person, and it's not a competition. Trust me. I can spitball. If you're like a middle class person, you're like, I don't know, you don't look poor to me. I understand I'm white and you can't, that's what's fucking you up. I get it. Hold on now. You're a little pink to be poor. No, you can be poor and white. I see this black person probably came from a broken home. I think he grew up in his dad was a doctor. Possible. Impossible. I grew up, if you're poor, people are trying to blame you for shit all the time. By the way, the same Americans that you're like, oh, I fucking hate Americans. Like, yeah, me too sometimes. Those guys. I always got an alibi. I know where the fuck I was. If I'm not committing any fucking crimes, I'm still making sure I don't get blamed for shit. Because cops will just arrest anybody. If you're in a certain neighborhood, they'll just pull you. You're done. You know what I mean? You look like somebody and the teacher doesn't like you, you're going to get... Somebody fitting your son's description was breaking into the back of the EB Games Sunday night at 7 p.m. I was here playing video games. You guys all saw me. Motherfuckers like never had an alibi. So like people will try to blame you for shit when you're fucking poor. They'll fucking try to stick some shit on you. Like real shit. Like other people like fucking, oh, hey which one of you guys was running away from the scene of a crime? What? You're all running. Where were you running to? We were playing, sir. This is kickball. We're playing kickball. Officer, we are kicking that ball and playing a game around it. That's why we were going to run. We're only running right here. We're not running from or to somewhere. How do I know that's true? Because I am stopping to talk to you. I would be still hitting the feet. You would never see me. Tyler, why haven't you ever been to jail as a kid? Because as bad as I was at sports, I could still outrun a cop. Hide and seek champion. Tyler, you would crawl into a culvert to avoid getting pinched for shoplifting? Yes, I will crawl through sewer water to avoid getting caught for shoplifting. Thank you. And a heartbeat. Wiggle through that bitch like a fucking snake. Listen to the cars. God damn. So people like this middle class, I was always going to go to college, rich kid type self-flagellation shit online just makes I don't care about it. I think it's funny to make fun of. I get it as part of the political issues, but I mean a hard standpoint. If you want to blame me for something, you better come with the evidence, because like they ain't caught me for the shit I have done. You're not catching me for shit I didn't do. Well, don't you feel responsible? I don't. I didn't do it. I couldn't stop it. You know what I mean? Like, fine, dude, if you're standing next to like a cop shoots a guy, bah, 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 so everyone looks at you, why didn't you stop them? He would have shot me too. What the fuck do you want me to do? I'm far away. He's a cop. He's got a gun. The fuck? It's not the right attitude to have. What, you want me to fucking lie to you? Fucking Cope City? God damn. Tyler has blame privilege. A lot of others just get strung up on the spot because they're the closest person found to hold accountable, guilty or not. Well, sometimes you just run anyway. You gotta sense what kind of cop interactions about. Hey! You know, you get one of those. You guys, you kids, stop. Cop says, you kids, stop. You go. Hope he's fat and has shit that can get caught on a fence, because you got to know where the tallest fence near you is that you can get up out in them weeds, develop a natural immunity to poison ivy, right? Fucking follow me through this, fucking officer friendly. You'll be all fucking rashed up. Bye. God, fuck. Sometimes they'll sneak up on you though. All right, hey, let me talk to you guys real quick. Let me tell you, no. Let me talk to you guys real quick. Okay, fuck. I might be getting out of this one. But like, no, I've been clapped before. I've been clapped a number of times. Like, especially as a kid, just leaving the wrong house. That's a good one. You ever leaving the wrong house arrested is traditional. Not near the house. They got a dragnet set up 4 or 5 blocks away, and they'll fucking and drag where the people in the house can't see. So they're arresting people coming out of the house all night. Well, am I 15? Yes. Is a cop touching my balls? Correct. Am I in handcuffs? For now. Let's hope that doesn't last. Where are you from? Where are you going? Whose car is that? What's his name? Do you know his name? Like, fuck, I gotta answer all this shit. That's one of the time you answer all the cops' questions in that situation. They're looking for someone else. You let them keep looking. They're like, they start asking the questions real fast. Don't say anything else than that. What's your friend's name? It's on his license. Just tell them the fucking name. Don't fucking let them know that you don't know somebody that you're with, or shut up completely if it's a crime. It's a tough one to walk. Sometimes not saying anything to cops will get you arrested harder. It's a conspiracy. They were trying to talk in the back of the car. I think they might have clarified their stories there. He didn't know this guy a couple minutes ago. Now he does. No, don't lie. What's his name? Why are you in his car? That's my friend, and we are leaving a house. Oh yeah, what are you doing there? I drank soda pops. You drunk? Nope, not now. We left because the atmosphere was weird. We got out of there real quick, actually. fleeing on foot is actually goated. I've done it a few times. The cops in my town are not physically fit. I won't elaborate on how I know this. Sometimes you got to skedaddle. I've described this experience to more privileged friends before. Dude, some people talk. I tell people I like shoplifted stuff when I was a kid because I needed it, and they're like, "It's crime. Can't do that." I don't know what to tell you. When I was in high school, System of a Down released an album that was titled "Steal This Album," and I said, "Bet." I don't think Best Buy sold but one copy of that motherfucker. My mistake was a car. That's the only way the damn cops got me. The cars are fucking bad, dude. Don't ever be in your car. Joe talk about the quartering deleting his Twitter in a drunken stupor yet? Pretty much. I think I kind of got through it. Actually, I'm going to have to hit the head here in a second. Your Honor, my client was just dilly-dallying outside at the time. I was able to outrun the cops till I got a damn car. I should have never grew up. Wow, yeah. Cars just go straight to the they go straight to the scene of the accident. You're in a car fleeing from cops. It goes straight to the scene of the accident, or the scene of the arrest. Usually both. Poison ivy actually gets more sensitive the more you're exposed to it. Just in case any of your chads are getting bright ideas. I don't know. I'm immune to poison ivy. My dad is too. Like literally immune. I don't ever get it on me at all. And I know this because other guys are like, "Oh, dude, I thought that wasn't poison ivy because you walked through it," kind of shit. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, dude, I'm fucked up. Got a rash all up my leg. What the fuck? And I'm like, I'm good, dude. I don't know what to tell you. Lucky me. I got a dog shit main character build from Baldur's Gate 3. Like, I swear to God, I don't have a single fucking like intermediate skill. Everything with me is either a complete fucking like, what do you call those? What's the opposite of a trait that's bad? You know, a burden. I either have some sort of like my eyes are fucking done. Like I'm wearing contacts right now because my glasses are so thick when I wear them on with the light. Sometimes it'll try to start melting my fucking eyeball. I swear to God, it's too bright and too fucking glary, and they're thick as shit. And they make my eyes tiny. Not wearing that shit. Back completely fucking obliterated. Charisma developed over a lifetime, built, sure, but also just 6'4", which some people are like, why not me? I don't know. I wouldn't know. I can't feel bad. I can't commiserate with the short. It's been a while. I haven't been as short as most of you people on Earth since I was 14. If you would have met me at 14 or 15 years old, I was probably taller than you'll ever been able to be. No matter what age you are. Also immune to poison ivy. When it's dark and you know where the barbed wire fence is, good luck, officer. Yeah, dude, they're never chasing you. You don't have to be. They're like cops are like alligators. You don't have to be the fastest person. You just have to be faster than the slowest. That's why you always got to take care of your fat guy. If you got a fat kid that's with you, you always got to be nice to him because he's the one that's getting pinched. Little fat motherfucker that can't run or climb shit. I'm telling, this is for you people, you reprobates out there. Always be cool with him. You treat him like a fucking king because he is getting fucking pinched up. And if y'all were mean to the fat kid that day, he's fucking ratting on you. Well, that was fucking Jim, and that was Jill, and that was Jack, and that was Jeff. What do you mean immune? Completely, I could fucking take, I mean, I guess I literally have rubbed poison ivy on me and I'm fine. The oleo resin or whatever the fuck, no reaction. None. I can't go near it for actually a more nefarious reason, which is like I'm typhoid Mary with it. So my wife can get poison ivy. So I have to be like hyper cautious of staying away from where she knows exactly what it looks like. I always forget because I don't need to know what it looks like. I know it's great. But if I touch it, it's oil and it stays on you and I can spread it to anybody else and I'll never know it's on me. Like where it could be on my fucking arm and I'm fine. And then somebody else will get it on them and just get obliterated by it. You know what I mean? I was the fat kid and that shit always sucked. I'm sorry. 6'4", neuron activated. Yeah, very tall. Damn, I can't call you short on this one. Can't call you tall either. That's power. Fair. I'm 7 foot tall. Chill. Mox, there's no fucking way. That old picture of Tyler reminds me of Forrest Gump. I got some dog shit photos of me. Tall people got the buy alcohol at 15 perk. Not me. Baby face. I can barely grow facial hair now. I couldn't grow facial hair at all until I was like 25. And I grow like no body hair. So I looked. I had to talk to FD Signifier, the first person that says like you'll actually look your age. Because he's got the better fucking aging resistance trait, I guess. But like no, up until I was at least 30, people legitimately hard carded me. Like it wasn't it's like nice to think and you hold on to that as long as you can. Now I'm starting to actually get lines on my face and stuff. But I baby faced as shit. Baby faced as fuck. And then I also talk the way that I talk, and I go on like this in real life. So people are like, this fucking what is this large child doing? Like, all right, yeah. $5 Canadian from Dick Grims and Ender. If it's out of sight, out of mind, why do people need to advocate for it as good and harmless thing? Yes. That's speaking about the fucking Lollygon shit again. Wait, where am I? I'm in focus right here. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's because they're trying to normalize it. Is the yellow thing solo water sports? That's disgusting. Anthony Rumuli is super chatted $5. There we go. My favorite cop story is how someone talked his way out of a ticket by talking about Dragon Ball Z. They pulled over and talked so long the cop forgot. Did I ever tell you guys I almost got hate crimed once? This is one of those clippable stories. This is real. I guess he's probably never gonna be able to be on the show because he's works for the newspapers. But a bunch of my news friends were with me. This is in North Dakota, at a bar called Cattails. Fucking 2014. So it's been 12 years or so. I almost got hate crimes, right? So this is one of my favorite stories to tell. I don't know if I've told it on here before, but basically, I'm hanging out with a bunch of journalists. At the time, there's a lot of journos flocking toward North Dakota because Williston, especially where I was, it was at the heart of the shale oil boom, fracking. What do you guys call fracking? That popped off North Dakota. It's the Bakken oil shale formation. A lot of stories going on. Oil coming out of the ground, people making money, people murdering each other, strip clubs popping up, strip clubs having murders outside of them, the whole 9 yards, right? And so we had a bunch of people up there. I probably shouldn't say everybody's name. I guess you could figure it out, but you can look it up if you want. It doesn't matter. None of them did anything wrong. So we were 2014 was 6 years ago. Yeah. So we were drinking behind this bar, right? And there's not a lot of bars in North Dakota, and Cattails had a bad reputation. I don't know why. It was my kind of bar, so I was fine there. But other people were like, "You drink at Cattails?" I'm like, "It's on the fucking main strip, right?" I loved it. Shout out my bartender Chewy from the time. I don't think he's still there anymore. I hope he's not. I hope he moved on from Cattails in the last 12 years. But if he hasn't, God bless Chewy. I love you. But it's also one of those kind of bars that's so small and so kind of like, nondescript that like I could get him to order my beer in that I kind of like to drink. So, I would always make sure I went there and I would drink the beer that they got me and I'd leave. And so we were hanging out with a big crew of us behind the place. Middle of the night. I think it was definitely not winter, but it was pretty cold because it wasn't full out there. So it was probably like October-ish, something like that. I think it was, on the way to when we were all getting ready to leave bit by bit. And one of my guys is talking to, somebody else. It's fucking 6 people back there. I think our crew was like 5. And then there was like another 6 individuals kind of all spread out. We didn't realize at the time it was like a small biker gang. Biker gangs are everywhere in that part of America. They're actually like gangs, like gang, not like just old fat white guy occasionally selling meth. Like they're like linked up with the fucking Mexican mafia and shit. It's all sorts of stuff. And sometimes they're just white supremacist gangs. I think this might have been one of those types of gangs. So one of my friends is gay as shit. Very out, New York City, homosexual, educated. He talks like this, of like fucking, that's not, I made him sound like Roger from American Dad, but it's about that same level of like voice. He's very theatrical, very out, very open about it, very like, present. And so that's not one of the parts of the country, especially then, where necessarily that's kind of acceptable. And this is the lead up to Donald Trump era, right? And so it's a few of us talking, and my one friend who actually lives in Kentucky now is like talking to someone about Israel Palestine at the time. Not even fucking kidding you, right? And Ernie's going on with somebody else talking, and he's like, this dude just randomly turns to my buddy and goes like, "So do you suck Israeli dick or Palestinian dick?" I'll never forget that line. "You suck Israeli dick or Palestinian dick?" And like a fucking instantaneously, like without hesitation, my other friend goes, the gay guy goes, "I don't think he sucks any kind of dick." Did not sound that gay. He's a very like mild-mannered guy when he's not drunk. He works for a very reputable news organization. I roasting him with that impression, but it's hard to capture, but he's shit-faced, and so he's more out when he's shit-faced, and he was pissed and just kind of, "I don't think he sucks any kind of dick." None of these guys stand up together from all across the porch. They were all doing other stuff, but all of a sudden, whoop, and like I'm on it immediately. I'm like, okay, what the fuck? And these guys start piling around and shit. And it starts to tell like a conversation. And I'm like, these motherfuckers are like, they're tied up, right? And like we're on the back. There's a little wall there, but it's like, fuck, there's fucking motorcycles back there. Like, dude, these guys, is this a fuck? Did we just fucking pick a fight with the goddamn Sons of Anarchy fucking knockoffs, right? Timu's Son of Anarchy. And I think we did. And so like, we're all talking shit. And like the guys are like, yeah, maybe they're about to piece up my friends, but then they're looking at me, and I have picked up an empty glass beer bottle and I'm holding it in the manner. People, I haven't broken it yet, but people that are late, they're like, okay, not like, oh, I'm scared. Like I'm holding it near something that I can tap it on real quick that I know will break it, so I can do something with the glass that is kind of a non-takesy backsies maneuver. Because I'm not getting fucking jumped by 4 guys and hoping that they're merciful. I'm gonna fucking stab the fuck out of you, dude. I'm gonna make this glass a permanent part of you. So it's fucking getting hot immediately, right? And during this, I think it's Ernie. I can't remember the line anymore, but he's just like, yeah, well, he's a fucking Marine. The guy's like, I don't think you were in the fucking Marines. And I was in the Army, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's what he said. And then he goes, if you were in the Marines, tell me a dead baby joke. I'm not fucking lying to you. You were in the Marines, tell me a dead baby joke. And I look him dead in the eye, and I'm like, what's the difference between a pile of bowling balls and a pile of dead babies? And he's like, he literally goes from like this, like, to like, he's like, you can't load a pile of bowling balls into the back of a truck with a pitchfork. And this dude who is about to start piecing us up, here's the guy I'm basically gonna fucking glass, just starts laughing. And these guys are like, bah! And he's like, yeah, well, and then he tells me another one, and then I tell him one, and then we all start drinking together, like chuckling about, and they're like, oh man, we thought you guys were a bunch of fucking slurt. We thought you were, and like, we're like, well, he is gay. And they're like, that's fine. But we were going to beat the fuck out of y'all for being a bunch of, like, on the back porch out here. Like, just real ass. Like, yeah, we were about to just hate crime you. my favorite fucking story, dude. Oh my god. Like, dude, I know I'm not supposed to have main character syndrome or whatever, but I passed a literal speech check. I passed a 75 speech check in real life and ducked an entire fight. It was fucking awesome, bro. Ugh, thirsty. I think I've told that story before, but it was when there was way less people here. I'll tell it again in another like 4 years. You wouldn't believe the stories he said. He almost got hate crimes, but he got out of it because they're Americans. Told a dead baby joke. Oh my god. My friend's dead dad was a member of the Iron Coffins. I've never even heard of that one. YouTube censors people streams so much compared to other people. YouTube censors my stream? How? Favorite Nazi VTuber? I don't really, none of them stick out to me. I think I like the Lumi one. Lumi? I can't remember what the fuck their actual... Just because they have alopecia and they look like they look like the way Eduardo draws fucking in our community. Eduardo draws fucking Noah Driver. YouTube does not like the word Nazi in a super chat. Oh, fair enough. I think this all goes into like, dude, I don't know why I don't want to. I do and I don't. I feel like I gotta. She really does look like a driver. Like she does. Fuck it, Contrapoints, dude. The Contrapoint shit is actually hilarious at this point. I think that's the next. I think the next major content cycle is going to be around Contrapoints, and not necessarily her as an individual, but the uselessness or the inability of anybody to cow Contrapoints in a valuable way, I think is like insane. So I finally listened to that Brianna Joy Gray Contrapoints interview, debate, whatever the fuck that's called. And it sucked. But I don't think like, I don't think it was ever going to be good content. It seemed like, fake friendly mean girl ambush shit. It might as well have just been like, can I just ask you, like, where do you even find that color of lipstick? I've just never seen it. We all have lipstick. I've just never seen that color. It's just weird that you have that color and you wear it. That's crazy. Like that's the whole thing just feels like that. Like, Tyler, that's condescending, misogynist. Okay, if it is, get fucking dunked on. But you know why you don't like it? Because you're that person. Oh my god. It was dog shit. And I think it really hit a moment. I thought of something, and I don't know if I can make a whole video out of it, but it was just a single phrase popped into my mind, and then it just immediately became the vibe of the entire next week's content cycle. And it was, why couldn't this pesky genocide come with a report button? And that's what I started thinking. Like, why doesn't this pesky genocide have a report button? If only I could find the report button for this genocide, I could finally do something about it. It just started coursing through my mind. Because, like, all I know about Brianna Joy Gray is that Brianna Joy Gray is like a fucking, like, bog standard New York loser, right? Like, it's just another lady with a Substack, and Taylor Lorenz, any other of those types of people. I knew people like that. I won't name names, but there are a dime a dozen. If you're like, Taylor Lorenz is the only Taylor Lorenz, if you think that that's the case, it's not. She's actually one of the lowest performing variants of what she is, which are these like NYC at New York City, not quite it girls is really what they are. And they're a dime a dozen if you actually know people that live up there, or if you're mildly tied into media. LA has their version of them, but the New York City kind is just different versions of this, like Brianna Joy Gray, Taylor Lorenz, even to a degree, Kaya Rychik, even though she's not part, that kind of vibe where it's like their entire thing is bringing wine mom inelegance to conversations as though they're young people and like have their thumb on some sort of pulse. They always present themselves as being somehow more tied into the way that people think than they could ever be, because they will simultaneously be the most alienated from whatever the fuck they're talking about. They'll have conversations about like working class people or internet culture, and they're not in it. They're just not involved in it. Anybody that is part of that shit will go like, you know, it's the fucking the Inglourious Bastards vibe. They're what I think the internet thinks Anne Hathaway is. I'm not even connected to that. But like their whole thing is basically selling the idea of themselves as like a pre-consultant. They're consultants that no one actually consults, so they just offer their advice free of charge. Brianna Wu is another one of these types, right? Even if they're not in New York City, not quite it girly, or what they are. There's guy versions of this. It's lol overruled. They're a different beast entirely, but they have this really they're irritating as fuck, right? I think it's the whole thing. They're there to literally just like, I believe, attract negative attention and try to parlay that into like, they wouldn't be saying about this about me if I wasn't wrong. It's like, no, you're kind of just, and I have to use, this is the technical word for it, you're kind of just a bitch. Like you're just like a gossipy fucking bitch. Oh, you're fucking so hateable, right? But you like, they know that, and they fucking kind of put that on because it's like the like who's gonna hit first type deal. But they're like a herald of the apocalypse. They really are. And they're always a good type of human being to pay attention to. They're themselves useless. They're dreck, they're tripe. They're carrion feeders. But the thing is as carrion feeders, they have to be there to eat something that's dead or dying. And I think Palestine uncommitted movement style politicking has been gut shot. And a lot of people aren't aware of it, that it's gone yet. Because these people don't give a fuck. Like, I don't blame them. They're trying to make their money, you know, whatever. They're disreputable. They're gross. They're bad faith. I don't give a shit about any of that. The thing is what they do is they attach themselves to basically a loser cause. It's a grift. They attach themselves to a loser cause and their dog shit personality to the losingness of that cause, which makes it so that they can say like, I was rooting for an underdog. And the only reason people were mean to me, and I got a lot of hate comments, is because I was rooting for this underdog. The reason people are mean to him is because they're fucking dickheads. They're absolute. They're bitchy, gossipy. They lie. They're rat backstabbing pieces of shit. That's why people actually fucking hate them, and that's why people go after them and harass them and whatever, yada 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 yada. But the way that what they do is they turn that into fucking money for themselves. That doesn't matter. I don't give a fuck. That's going to exist for till time immemorial. You could get rid of the ones we have now, and like 10 new ones will crop up. They're like weeds. The real thing to know is this fucking uncommitted movement shit that was kind of like popping off 2-ish years ago is fucking nuclear, I think. I think it's actually going to be radioactive to be associated with it coming up. I think people are sick of it. Like crazy sick of it. And I didn't even really think of it as being as bad as it was until I saw this interview. And really it kind of capstoned the current Contrapoints issue, which is Contrapoints doesn't give a fuck. That was it. Why doesn't this pesky genocide have a report button? The cancel culture, quote unquote, that had arisen in the 2010s actually did have some cancellation ability, right? Mass harassment, illegal, not illegal, but unethical and illegitimate reporting of channels, trying to get people struck down, and doing you can always tell it's the this you, aren't you the person? Didn't you do blah blah blah? That had some effect 10 years ago. It really did. It was pretty good. Not to the right to almost any extent that they pretend it was, but then when they were like, oh yeah, the left or whatever of center in America is fucking cannibalizing themselves. They weren't 100% wrong. They weren't 100% right either, but like that went in a big dip. It went away through most of Biden, and then it skyrocketed coming towards the Kamala Harris presidency era, post fucking Israel Palestine, and it really concreted itself around that uncommitted movement. There's legitimate political actors that were like pro-Palestine Westerners, right? And I don't know if any of them were a part of those movements. Uncommitted movement itself was a massive failure. Contrapoints is right because it was. You fucking failed. The fucking kids kept dying. You gained no power and no one gives a fuck. Like, we're all going to go out here to raise awareness that the people that we're supporting should be supported. And then everyone just goes, well, I fucking hate you. And I don't give a fuck about them because my taxes are going up. Like, and then all you have as a, kick is to be pissed off about that, right? Which is like what the Brianna Joy Gray thing was, is like, being anti-genocide is a leftist thing. Was like, no, obviously not, because other than you guys would care about the Uyghur genocide, or one of the other fucking 80 that are going on on this earth right now. The Palestinian genocide is profitable. It's good money making. Like, yeah, dead Palestinian kids are worth fucking buku lucre, right? That's why Bada Banada has to keep the fucking show going. It's over. When the Palestine thing stops being popular and he can't get more reaction, that's why he's got to fucking start going after Jewish people and black people and yada yada. Because no one gives a fuck. People have a limited amount of time to care about some shit that's not happening to them. It's just the case. I hate to break it to you. It's just reality. Like, hey, did you know that there's people dying of like cancer in Norway right now? Like, there's like a little kid probably somewhere in Norway breathing his last on a ventilator. Don't you care about him? Well, he's not this, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but don't you care about him? Can I make you care? Can I show you little fucking Uter as he fucking breathes his last, dying of lung cancer as an 8-year-old? Why is this happening? Oh, it's tragic. But eventually, you can't care that much. People have a limited amount of time to care. And once they've cared about one thing once, it's hard to get them reinvested in it. Because then you have to kind of grapple with the fact that, like, damn. Yeah, I was really big into Darfur for a while. And then I kind of moved on. People are callous that way. They just don't want to admit it to themselves. So they're extra gone once they go. Once that attention goes, it's gone. So you have to keep people talking about it in ways that are like novel and new. Like, understand, nobody cares about Palestine or dead Palestine. Brianna Joy Gray doesn't give a fuck. Bada Banada doesn't care. Hassan Piker doesn't give a fuck. Nobody's doing anything to change that. No one's actually making like materialist moves on earth, myself included, to change the situation for those kids that are dying. You count them, you present that number to fucking guilty white people on the internet, and then they give you money so they don't have to feel bad about it. That's the whole point. They're, shit, yeah, it's the American government. I can't help it. So here's $10. Tell me about how bad America is again. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll walk away now. Thank you. I got my self-flagellation out of the way. That's the whole point of it, right? And that economy is collapsing because, I mean, they're running out of kids to kill because the genocide just kind of never fucking ends. And people are running out of like, oh, I've seen dead kids on TV. Yeah, I know. You see dead kids on TV every fucking day. You see dead kids all the time. And that's what it always gets brought up. I don't know how people couldn't be still upset, still mad enough to give me money when all of these pictures were circulating on Twitter of these dead children, which people need to go look at these pictures. Why? Because it's going to give you money. Because they want money. They want money off of it. They need money. Give them money. Give people here in this country money. Give YouTube money to stop genocide in fucking Palestine. Like, are you fucking out of your mind? It's the same thing as in the arms of the angel. Oh, look at these fucking sad dogs. I don't know how anybody could look at these pictures of these sad fucking dogs and not give just $1. Just $1 to the Sad Dog Fund. Hi, I'm a well-fed white woman walking around some fucking place, and this looks like Africa. I don't know, is it racist? It might be. You could sponsor one of these fucking kids. 10 cents. 10 cents right now. You can keep this kid from dying. This specific child will be saved from dying if you give us 10 cents right now. Like, oh, okay, yeah. Oh, okay. You can only run that commercial for so long. Then it becomes a meme. It becomes a joke. And that's where the whole uncommitted movement is going. It's self-righteous, spoiled children. That's who was in charge of it. It was fans of YouTubers. I don't know how to tell you that in a nicer way. You can be mad all you want. It's the case. Because like hand in hand with it, people like, these are some of the police that brutalized those college kids. Like, those college kids should have gone to fucking class because they didn't fucking save anyone. They didn't shut down any of the Israel, their college connections. That shit's still popping. And they took an ass whooping. I don't give a fuck about, fuck Columbia as a school, as a record label, and as a crew. I don't give a fuck. I hope Columbia students get beat up for walking on campus. I don't give a fuck Columbia students. You know what I mean? Fuck those people. Fuck anyone who lives in New York City. I hope you get beat up by a cop today. I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. Fuck you for being there. They're not my people. I don't know you. These college kids did something that would get anyone's ass kicked in a reasonable country. They went and got into a piss fight with somebody who's legally allowed to beat their ass. After they were beaten up, they said, please don't show my face on camera. I just got my ass kicked and I don't want anyone to know it was me. I might lose all of my opportunities in the future. Well, were you not willing to make that sacrifice from the start? I didn't want to make any sacrifices. I wanted to hang out in the quad and yell at the Jews. Okay. Well, did it save any Palestinian kids? Not a fucking one. None of them. None of them. Yeah, like, the thing is for all the fucking effort people put into this, and, I made my videos and shit, too. You can't even fucking stop Ethan Klein from suing Redditors. Like, it died, dude. It died on the fucking vine. It's useless. I think everybody's getting ready to move on from it. Hardcore. And I think a lot of people are going to be left behind in that, like, baffled. Confused and baffled. Why don't people care about this anymore? Why am I not making any money? Because it was never about changing anything. You're entertainers. And, like, that's just the case. You're just entertainers on the internet talking about politics. None of this fixes anything. At best, you can maybe raise some awareness, but 3 years of raising awareness, if you haven't raised the awareness, everybody either fucking knows already or no one cares. And that's the fucking that's the dark side of the coin. But the thing about nobody caring is you can't get people mad. And that's the entirety of these sub-movements with, the greater Hassan sphere of uncommitted types going down. It's changed from something that was like a mild, like, okay, well, you're fucking up your thing with the DNC, but you're going to succeed off of this and make some change, to, wow, that just became a permanent liability in retrospect, which is what I always thought it was going to be. And you still didn't change. You didn't accomplish fuck all. You didn't do a fucking thing, actually. Like, so you kind of look like stupid. So what are you guys doing now? And so, like, it's turned from, it's really not even turned from, it just really exposed the incapability of a lot of these people in different ways. Most people probably looking in didn't never think that you were going to be able to, like, save any of them fucking kids in a different country than you when you don't do shit but yap. You're yaptivists. But now it's also, you can't even whip obedience into existence on your side. Like, Contrapoints just ignored y'all. Okay, well, yeah. Like, which is the most destructive shit. And that it's just happening again and again and again, where these large YouTubers that were maybe cowed or maybe like kind of like pushed into a corner a bit by some of this behavior a couple years ago are now just like, you sound like a fucking dickhead. I don't care. It just seems like you just are whining. And the thing is they get butthurt as fuck about that and then don't do anything. Like, the fucking, firebomb a Walmart tweet is awesome. But that's so many steps ahead of what you can't do already, which is lefty YouTubers say that they're going to shut down a dipshit's career, and they then don't. Like, that's fucking crazy. Do you know what I mean? Like, the absolute irrelevance of it all is going nuts, and it's driving it's creating a big wedge, I think, between Hassan, who is, you know, permanent clout whore, human prostitute, is bailing. I don't know if you know this, he's bailing on Palestine. That's done. The Israel Palestine holding the Dems accountable is kind of over. It doesn't feel like it's over yet. He'll still talk about it because he'll have to. It's like, you know, throwing somebody grounders, but he's a home run artist. He is moving towards the DNC and towards normalized DNC talking points because that's his next thing. And all of the Israel-Palestine uncommitted movement shit is going to be, you know, we were trying something in the past and now we're moving on. And I think that there's been a lot of like alterations here. I think there's a lot of things that are changing for the better. And he's going to have to cut all these fucking, basically this foreign contingent of literal foreigners, Canadians, English, Australians, off because they are actively detrimental to anything getting done ever. They don't pay attention to their own countries or have any ability to change stuff where they are, which didn't matter as much a little while ago when it was pure YAP. But now that it's like, oh, okay, actually, no, all YAP has to have some sort of action down the line. Well, what are you doing? Because there's no Canadian that's going to talk about America and change America. It's just not fucking happening. I like literally, okay, turn that off. This motherfucker doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. Same with English and Australians. I don't like, why are you not hyper fixated on your own country and changing stuff? Why? Because there's money to be made in America. Being a non-American and then yapping in English about how bad America is to sell American criticism of America that's a little bit more, I don't know, profoundly ignorant, I guess. I don't know, more aggressive. I wouldn't call it radical because none of it's radical at all. It's just I'm butthurt about America. Selling cuckoldry, essentially, to people that are ass mad about America had a great moment in the Joe Biden presidency. But now no one fucking cares. Because, like, the very real situation with Donald Trump just continues being bad. It just continues being bad. And you can't even say to people like, oh, the American military, you're losing. Like, dude, we fucking stole the president of Venezuela and we killed all of Iran's boats. Like, and we're fine. Gas has only gone up $2 so far. Gas should be like $10. I can hear I wish there was more people driving because I work from home. But the fucking guy still drives up and down while I'm doing recording with this fucking backfiring ass lowrider. Goddamn, like it's useless. All of this commentary was not just useless and inaccurate, but even the like, hey, we're gonna let you kind of fuck with anti-Semitism and fuck with, you know, anti-black sentiment and fuck with like all this, like, we're gonna let you cross some boundaries. None of that accomplished anything. So it was like it's a big faceplant for a lot of these communities. And the worst thing that's happening at the end of all of this is Contrapoints, who fucking Mike from PA's fucking fat ass was jerking off about, I think I bullied Contrapoints off Twitter. Is like, you know, what are you gonna say now? She came back. She just came back. And now she's doing like massive interviews casually because people want to talk to her about how little she gives a fuck. Oh, I think you should care. I think this is genocide. I think this is blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, I mean, that's just like your opinion, man. And just getting full judo countered by that. Full judo countered. Does the DNC want him, though? I don't know. I don't care. The DNC doesn't exist right now. It's not like a holistic unit. People that are not from this country will think it is. Sit down, shut up, you're a fucking foreigner. Know your place in the conversation, which is absolute silence. The DNC is a series of DNCs spread out throughout America. So like the national DNC doesn't exist right now because there are no singular candidates for president. No one gives a fuck about Chuck Schumer or who's the fucking House guy? No, I know it's not. I can't fucking remember. It doesn't matter. I don't give a fuck. No, they're not my reps. They're just fucking in charge of shit, not doing anything. basically we don't have any leadership in the party right now, which is not like, oh, we need leadership. It's just we literally don't. So there's no one to rally around or a need to rally around that. So we're open. It's open for primaries and stuff. At the state level, all of the DNCs are different. They're all over the place. Some of them work really well with the national DNC. Some of them don't. Some of them are split up throughout the entirety of the state. Some of them aren't. The ones that seem like they're a solid, cohesive unit are actually filled with a bunch of infighting sociopaths. The one that seems like it's chaos is actually one of the best one run. Yeah, Jeffries. I thought that was who it was. So like it's all, there is no the DNC. There's a fucking head DNC, and that person whoever the fuck's running it right now will go, I do or do not like this person. But the absolute fucking second an heir apparent to the next candidacy becomes really there, then you'll start seeing a lot of action towards coalescing. And at that point, it doesn't fucking matter. They'll build around someone, right? Bernie Sanders tried to hop into the DNC when it was on a victory, doing victory laps, on the fucking Barack Obama thing. He's the man. He's the shit. And the Clintons were still extending their fucking... Hillary Clinton was a major fucking political player. So she was not going to just vanish overnight. She was not like a light contender for the fucking presidential nomination. She was seriously up there. Bernie was absolutely a dark horse like a motherfucker. And, whatever. That turned out how it went. Go analyst. That doesn't exist right now because we're off of corpse president and 2 Donald Trump's presidencies and massive lack of faith in the House and Senate leadership. And there is no DNC really. There's people that operate the party. They operate it. But you need candidates and you need leadership that's respected and that people have coalesced around in order to actually have what you would call the DNC, because that's when it's going to start putting power in a direction, and that's when it's going to start having actual opinions on people. There's probably motherfuckers throughout that entire organization that are like, Hassan Piker is the future of king-making in this country. And there's probably other people that are like, Hassan Piker needs to be shot out of Canada into the sun. And then there's probably way more that go, who? Is that dipshit they keep writing stories about? And then my kid talks about him, and then I ignore my kid because I ignore my kid? Like, yeah. I don't give a fuck about anybody that's not from California. Matt Mahan for president. Well, we're about to see the end of Andy Bashir's term limit, so maybe you guys can have a good fucking Bashir, Andy Bashir. Lots of lefty type people just trying to jockey for power as the pendulum swings. Yes. So I think really what it is and what you're seeing here is like that entire idea of interacting with politics, I think is becoming hyper fucking toxic. I think Hassan Piker sees it coming too. And if he's anything, he's like a king clout prostitute. So he's probably got his fucking, he's dialed in on it. And I think what you're going to see now is the idea of like, oh, why can't we just fix the world with these pesky report buttons? And I think you're going to see a snap back against those type of creators. Not like they're going to get fucking kicked off the platform or vanish, but it's actually going to become, I think that they're going to be thought of as the next SJW types, right? Not like necessarily like, oh, I'm a social justice warrior and I like that, but like basically Cavernacle and fucking Bad Empanada and a lot of those guys are just like Trigglypuff. You remember Trigglypuff, the person that was going like, Mah! They were doing that thing. They were freaking out at the Ben Shapiro event or whatever the fuck. And, they're just guy versions of that. That's how I think that they're going to be perceived. And I think that's going to be starting to hit more and more and more and more. I mean, I'm already seeing like fucking Glup Shitto accounts on fucking Twitter rise up to start just like literally obliterating Bad Empanada at his own game, which is making alts. But he like makes alts and then blocks people, which is like the most cucked thing I've ever seen. Oh, yeah, I want to talk shit about you. I'll get banned off a platform. I'm dangerous. Don't talk to me, though. I've blocked you. Like, what the fuck? It's so cucked. And I think people are really going to start seeing that it doesn't go anywhere. You know what I mean? Like, it's the half-dicking terrorism, right? That's the pro-terrorism side of the equation. It's where all the talk leads. It doesn't matter if you think that it's not that, or if you're like, I'm pro-Hamas and someone needs to do something about this. Okay, you're pro-terrorism. When are you going to do the terrorism? You got to get a body on you. If you don't have a body on you, who gives a fuck? You're pro-terrorism. Where's the corpses? Where's the fucking bombs? Where's the fucking nails? Where's this at? Okay, you're all talk, which is worse because now you're just cringe. You're a LARPer, and I think people are going to start exposing that LARP more and more and more and more, because a lot of these guys, I think they think of themselves as being young. I think Cavernacle thinks of himself as young. I don't know how to prove that, but the way that he interacts with the internet, I think he thinks he's one of the younger people there, which would like give him the excuse of not being good at stuff. But he's been around for fucking ever. Young people will show up and do whatever the fuck your shtick was and learn from its faults and then do it better than you and maybe slit your throat in your fucking sleep so they can descend the throne. I think there's going to be a lot of new people on the scene coming up behind those guys that are disaffected fans of theirs, and they're going to kill them, eat them alive, and just knock them off. You're seeing sort of similar stuff like that with like the Nick Diorio sphere. All these people that were like basically his fucking cucks in chief are starting to come out and make videos and statements about him and stuff, and people that relied on him are outgrowing him and turning on him, yada, yada, yada. He used to be like the young guy on the scene. Now he's just a fat old fuck with watches. Fuck that motherfucker, all right? He doesn't stand for shit. Fuck him. And I think that you're going to see a lot of that hitting this greater, like, uncommitted movement. I was into Palestine before it was cool. Bullshit. And I think you're going to see people get fucking stomped. I bet Cavernacle is livid that clavicular is a thing now. Install his phonemes. I don't even know how to, what? Oh, yes. Banabinata is like the stereotypical SJW who talks a big game but can't get outside their safe space. Echo chamber. Yeah. I think he got pretty far on people thinking he was like a boogeyman. I got a DM from a notable person last night who was like, oh man, I can't believe you're taking on Banabinata. Watch out. Like, I don't give a fuck. What's he gonna do? Commit a crime and then get arrested? Like, he's not fucking Che Guevara. He's a fucking he's got fucking bitch tits. He's a fucking sex tourist as far as I know. Like, he went on vacation. I don't know why Americans just don't go on vacation. You should just go on vacation. Clown show shit. People need to stop treating him as being like ugly and stuff, and just like, if you want to make fun of a guy like that, just treat him like a clown. Like, literally, like, it'd be very fun. Put his face on like the old SJW memes and you're cooking, right? Put like little fucking pink hair on him when he's doing his like SJW, watch out. I'm gonna hit the report button. I'm gonna hit the report button. Oh, you better watch out. You better watch out. I'm gonna send me fans to brigades. Okay, whatever. I like that his thing right now is he's like, Hassan Piker doesn't do praxis. I have pet Cubans. He adopted pet Cubans. He's got rescue Cubans. You guys know this about Banda Panada? Georgie Porgy, Georgie bitch tits canitis. Old Georgie A cups. He got pet fucking Cubans. He's got rescue Cubans. He fucking bragging about. Hassan Piker says that he did good in Cuba, but I've got at least 10 rescue Cubans. He counted them. He's got a stack of rescue Cubans to prove he's a good boy. He gave him like $1,800. My man went to Cuba and fucking gave a bunch of rescue Cubans his pocket change and left. Oh, thank you. Oh man, dude, Going on several white savior vacations as an Australian is so fucking cool. That is like the fucking most gangster shit of all time. What do you do? How do you make your money? I adopt rescue Cubans. I don't think you didn't give any Cubans any money. You don't have any rescue Cubans. I've got pictures of 7 or 8 of my rescue Cubans. They send me photographs. It's how they pay me for my money. Send me a picture of you eating food so I know what you spent the money on. I need people to know I'm a good boy. I've adopted rescue Cubans. They send me photographs of themselves doing good. Oh my God. It's Green Party syndrome, having a politics that revolves exclusively around haranguing others while never building anything, destroys credibility. Yeah. Say goodbye to your attempted peace of mind, Westside Tyler. Has he addressed the allegations? No, neither should he. All right, these are unsubstantiated rumors that he purchased child prostitutes in Cuba and is paying their families off. That's unsubstantiated rumors. They don't even repeat those. I just wanted to say that I'm reporting on the rumor to say that it's definitely not true. Now, he has not addressed it as far as I know. He has been deleting his VODs, so who knows what he's been talking about there? My God. I don't know. Could be anything, but I would like to say that those rumors are completely unsubstantiated and nobody should be sharing them. I said, when I sound, fuck it, I was on Twitter and what'd I say? I saw Bandit Banana smoking crack out of a broken light bulb. It looked like cannibalism. I don't think Uncommitted is going to be a liability. I think it's just going to be basically forgotten, just like Occupy Wall Street and BLM. Sadly, they didn't accomplish much. I mean, it's not going to be a liability in like it's going to change anything. Like, but I think it's going to be a liability to have on your record that you were like part of the loser crew. I can really see people having to explain themselves away from it, especially because like if you're a kid, you don't understand how like the news goes. Like everybody that did anything during Occupy, if you were, you know, a part of it, like you get blamed for that shit down the line. Not Occupy, but uncommitted. The best thing to ever call yourself, by the way, if you're ever having a movement where you're dead serious about something, make sure that people call you, people refer to you as being uncommitted. Disorganized and uncommitted. Goddamn. That's some real good shit. Make a whole video about this? You won't. I mean, probably not. I got other shit to talk about. My notification never goes off when you're streaming. Yeah, best way is to follow the Discord. How does it feel to have Bemp expose you giving marching orders to FD Signifier? Fucking hilarious. Well, you know what Bad Empanada always says? Black men can't think for themselves. Behind every successful black man is an unsuccessful white man. 100th his size. Oh my God. You know, you see a black creator with 1 million subs, a black creator with 1 million plus subs and longevity on the platform, more than likely a creator that hasn't quite yet reached 50k subs but is white is puppeting that black creator like you know, secret hand, you know, just everything he thinks, you know. Black people actually can't walk around. It's dangerous because if they ever speak so much as a word to a white person, it'll reprogram their entire mind. It's like the slavery thing, I guess. I don't know. Insanely racist shit, dude. Like, I've talked to FD Signifier. He's like asked me questions. I've answered them. We don't talk that much. Like maybe once a month or so. Like I'm not lying. And he's just like, hey, I've never heard of this thing. White person or military person. You know what I mean? Like, you're expert in shit that Tyler in Tylerisms. You know what? What do you think about this? This, and then he'll say something else. He's like, I heard something else. If I had that much influence on FD Signifier, he would be starting every video with "subscribe to Westside Tyler" immediately. Like, he's getting his marching orders from Westside Tyler. Westside Tyler's basically controlling his mind. Yeah, okay. It's like, how much control is getting somebody to occasionally mention you once a month? Like, what am I getting from that? Like, that's my great plan. Like, oh yeah, hey dude, you got access. You got direct brain access to a milli+ sub YouTuber. What are you gonna do? You're like, you're just gonna get him to share random political opinions? Like, hey, could you give in like one video for like a couple seconds an unpopular take with a guy from Australia that wouldn't like? Yeah. Okay. I'd like, is it like, because he's been saying that you know, FD Signifier sees anti-Semitism everywhere because it's everywhere. There's just a lot of anti-Semitism in the world. Bad Banana included. It's like, yeah, oh man, I don't really like these people. Anti-Semitism's bad. This must be the work of Westside Tyler. Every time that Bad Banana's like listening to some other YouTuber or something, they go like, damn, I'm not a big fan of Nazis. And I think anti-Semitism is bad. Westside Tyler must have been here. Crocodile Dundee ass. Oh my god. That's still more talking to FD Signifier than I've done. He seems cool. If I could say hi to him, he's a reasonable dude. He's busy as far as I know. But yeah, it's not like, dude, he's on relentless programs. You know what I mean? Like FD Signifier is like on like a giant podcast and doing shit. I don't fucking know that guy. I DM him, DM random other people. None of them talk to me. You know, like, fuck. Oh, like, you know, oh, you fucking talked to that H Bomber guy a few times. You control his brain. Like, what are you gonna get him to do? God, have him say one random thing about it that doesn't help me at all. You know, like, do some bullshit. Like, dude, fuck. I would be, if I had like some sort of deep connection, I would be abusing the fuck out of that. Like, dude, every day I need you to plug my book. Plug West by God, westsidefairytales.com. I need you to sell those books. I need a Hollywood option. Next time you go on a podcast, bring a copy of my novel. Show it on the screen. God damn. Yeah, I'm Peter Thiel. FD Signifier's Peter Thiel. This is so fucking stupid, dude. One of the most hilarious events is Tankies and Nazis United shit on AOC, one of the most prominent progressive politicians in the country, to prop up MTG. It tells you the dudes ain't serious. It's not even just, they are serious. They're just seriously fucking Nazis. Like, Marjorie Taylor Greene is not a principled person. First off, she dropped out. Like, she stood up to Donald Trump. Not really. Like, if you remember her standing up to Donald Trump, she's like, I'm going to quit because he's really sexist to me. And then he's like, goodbye. That's not really standing up. Standing up would be like, I'm going to keep my seat and then use my power to thwart him. But she didn't do that. She just fucking quit. She's like, I'm going to quit. She's going to go do kipping pull-ups. 10 million kipping pull-ups in her fucking garage again. She's just on permanent rotation. Boom, 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 boom. Oh my god. But yeah, I think that shit's about to get hit hard. I don't think it's gonna be any like active large creators that do it either. I think it's gonna be some people that are coming from behind that are like new, and they're gonna make their fucking bones off this stuff because there's plenty of action. Like I could never get it. If I make a bad empanada bad video, no one's gonna give a fuck, right? I mean, I can make a baller one, but I don't even care to do it. I don't give a shit, you know. Cringe, bald. There you go. That's the whole video. The way to get one of those successful is to get it up on something like H3H3, right? And those guys fucking don't like me, and I don't particularly like those guys. So that's not happening. But somebody from one of those communities that's like has a little bit of skill, they're young enough in the game to like pursue that, and then they do the research, they could start doing those fucking shitty little videos and pop off. And I think you're gonna start seeing some stuff like that. I think there's gonna be a lot of people, especially that are like buying into it now. This is usually what happens. They buy into it now, and then once it doesn't do anything for them, they're gonna turn and be fucking pissed as shit at that person. It's like it's always the fucking, you know, the apostate's always the one that's fucking the most pissed at the religion once they get out of it. Fucking Mormons. And they usually bring the level of intensity of the fanaticism of whatever they were in with them to their antithesis, you know, or apotheistic, antithetical, reactionaryism to them, whatever the fuck. I'm gibbering now. A video only Westside Tyler fans would watch, so basically no one. Who the fuck are you? 242 hours of watch time. You almost got banned for that. In my honest opinion, both are ass. Fuck are you talking about? How the fuck is AOC bad? Nobody knows anything about Ocasio-Cortez. This is gonna blow your mind, but AOC is not the president. She doesn't actually like. Oh, what is it? Oh God, I saw somebody who's talking about like, Zoran Mamdani has like failed international leftism by doing something, or like AOC has let down the international leftist community, and it's like, dude, you guys are fucking cucks. If you care about AOC and you don't live in New York, you're a cuck. I'm just telling you right, you're cucked. You're a fucking loser, bro. I only talk about AOC because people talk about her all the fucking time. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if she wins or loses. I don't give a fuck about her political career. She's a fucking representative from New York. I don't live in New York. I don't like New York. Fuck New York. I don't give a fuck. I don't fucking care at all. But these people from outside the country will be like, oh my God, they're fucking like getting hyper excited about like Ilhan Omar and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and shit, and the squad, and whether or not they're living up to this or that ideal. It's like, dude, who gives a fuck? Can you vote for them? Do they do anything for you? Like, no, dude, they're politicians. They're not fucking trading cards. If they're a politician at all, they're probably like a deeply evil person in some way. They've got some secret evil to them. And if they don't, then let them prove that through a life of valor and virtue until they die, unspoiled. Don't trust politicians. Don't trust the motives of anybody that seeks power, myself included, yourself included. And like to hyperfixate on a politician that not only isn't even the state that you can vote in, but it's not even from the country. And it's not like an international level politician. Like AOC is on committees. Like she has no individual power. She's a fucking representative. It's as low as you can get at the federal level of representation. It's basically an entry position. Literally. Do you know what I mean? Like you constantly have to rerun for election. You are a small scrap. Your vote might not matter. It's the fucking House of Reps. Like it has value. She's a legislator, but like she's not that important. Literally not that important. She's not even a person to rally around. It might be good to get an endorsement from her if you're like in her circle. But like if I started running as a leftist in Kentucky, I wouldn't spend $1 trying to get Ocasio-Cortez's backing. Like who gives a fuck? It would probably do you more harm than good in most of the country to be like, this New Yorker likes me. It's like, okay, well, you better be in a blue district because no one gives a fuck about some fucking New Yorker. The fuck does a New Yorker know about fertilizer costs? All right. Yeah, it was in New York. They already got trains. They got a whole subway. I'm trying to get my fucking grain unloaded. Sorry. So cucked. It's pathetic. Like, any foreigner with a fucking opinion on AOC of all is just they've been sold a bill of goods. It's like, I don't know, being pissed off at, like you're hyper fixated on Disney, but the character you're most like fixated on isn't even a character. It's just like one of the teacups from Alice in Wonderland's tea party scene. Like, there's 450, 538, 435 representatives, right? Fucking hundreds of them, literal hundreds of representatives. Ocasio-Cortez has one and has one vote. I don't give a fuck. Senators, I can only barely give a shit about. And I still don't care if they're from a different state. Graham Plattner, he's going for, what does this mean? It doesn't mean fucking anything. It doesn't mean anything about the country. What does this mean about America if Graham Plattner could be a senator? Nothing. Nothing at all. It literally means nothing at all. He's in Maine. What the fuck? Leftists are throwing their support behind Graham Plattner. What does this mean for America? What does this mean for the American left? I don't find nothing. What American left? What, Hassan Piker, the Californian, the clout whore? I think he probably wants attention. He probably wants to talk to him and suck his dick so that he can get more viewers. That's what it means. Nothing. It means nothing. It means nothing for me. I don't fucking care. Mitch McConnell is leaving, so Kentucky's about to be fucking vaporized in the Senate. We're gonna put Andy Barr in his seat if fucking Charles Booker doesn't win, and I don't think fucking Charlie Booker's gonna win. I hope he does, but we got Rand Paul and Andy Barr is running for fucking Senate. That's what I got. All right, Thomas Massey's from here. You guys think Thomas Massey's cool and he's fucking anti-Israel, and then you forget what Thomas Massey's like all the other times, but it's fucking like nuts. Well, actually, Thomas Massey's pretty fucking solid on Epstein shit. I think he's like the only solid guy on Epstein. It's pissing him off. They're running all sorts of fucking attack ads against Thomas Massey. I don't even think he's up for election this time. Tyler, that's exactly what Wick TV and Hutch have been talking about for months. Who the fuck would ever know what Wick TV is talking about? Can you read the thoughts of the ants that live underneath the sidewalk outside your house? That's what Wick TV has been talking about for months. What, are you the third viewer of the three? How the fuck do you know that? Were you watching Wick TV? Suicide is free. That's what Hutch and Wick TV were saying. You could have just said Hutch. Hutch has been saying it for months. I've been saying it for years. I already knew all these things. Revisiting it. Wick TV. That's a crazy thing to say to me. Tyler, did you know that's what Irrelevant and Washed Up have been saying for months? Dude, don't ever bring that shit to me. Jesus Christ, that's so fucking funny. Massey's like a huge neo-Nazi, but he's good on Israel and Epstein, so all his bad aspects are ignored. I mean, that's actually politics. It is, but it's also pointless because he's fucking a representative in Kentucky. Like, who gives a shit? Yeah, the most of the leftists who care about him aren't from Maine and can't do actual groundwork for him. Most of the fucking leftists that are fucking pissed off at Graham Plattner, I think, can't talk about him further than the Nazi tattoo. I don't think a single one of them will watch the platform speech. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't think, it's one of the easiest states to find. I don't think they necessarily know where Maine is or like what Maine does, you know, like what its relevance is to America. It's It's where Stephen King's from. The only reason everyone on Earth knows where Bangor, Maine is because at the end of the fucking most Stephen King books, it says it was written there. I puppeted Hefty into putting me in the direct middle of his problematic tier list. Yeah. Afterthought, Tyler. My Mom Donnie is a mayor. LMAO, he's very little power. Yeah, he's the most powerful mayor in America, which makes him less powerful than the most powerful. Makes him less powerful than the least powerful governor. Like, unironically, like the mayor of New York City with all its millions of dollars has less actual, literal overall influence than the governor of North Dakota. The governor of North Dakota has control over the North Dakota National Guard and state sovereignty. Tyler, I don't appreciate you describing me exactly when talking about ex-Mormon behavior. I know it because every ex-Mormon tells me that, like, relentlessly. You know, nobody hates the Mormons like us, ex-Mormons. I've heard. Is Massey actually a neo-Nazi? I fucking don't think so. I think he's just fucking neocon. I can't remember. He's all the fuck over the place. He's like a Republican of the last 10 years. So like, if you pin him down on policy, he'll look like one way. If you look at what he said, it changes year to year. And then it's like, okay, pro-Trump, anti-Trump, hate masks, love COVID. Hate long COVID, love vaccines, hate vaccines that are forced, love forcing vaccines on people who I think are sick looking. Like, it's fucking a big thread work of what actually people think. Many of the arguments against Plattner are pointing at Fetterman and saying same thing. But they're completely different people. I mean, it could end up that way, but that's like wish casting or whatever it is people say. It's like, you know, believing something without actually knowing if it's occurring. I guess I gotta cover this Sydney Sweeney shit. Wait, somebody else that people kept asking me about something else. Oh, thank you for the $10 Canadian. Any opinion from worshiper of the Olympians? Any opinion on the unsubscribed podcast people? I don't fucking know what that is. YouTube.com. Maybe I should go. Unsubscribed podcast. Eli Double Tap, Brandon Herrera, Donut Operator, and the Fat Electrician. It sounds cringe. That sounds like four guys that wrap up and then do a Limp Bizkit together. So, cringe. Donut Operator is the guy that jerks off to fucking kill cams. He's a fucking weirdo. Bro's never watched a fucking kill cam without a gallon of Jergens nearby. He's got fucking. Sydney Sweeney. Sydney Sweeney's cooked, bro. I had this moment and like, okay, so parts of this are going to come off, maybe they'll feel misogynist. They're not, but if you want to say they are, then it's fine. You can just live with that. I don't mind. Sydney Sweeney is an actress in real life. Sydney Sweeney is a complicated, not even young woman. She's a woman. She's like 27, 28 years old or something like that. By misogynistic standards, at the end of her pretty girl phases. By my standards, probably kind of entering them. Sydney Sweeney got big, I guess, on Euphoria. She was on White Lotus. She was in other things too, I think. We're going to be talking about her looks here. This isn't just a dog looks, but it has to be established, okay? So they were pushing, by they, I mean right-winger culture war types were pushing Sydney Sweeney as this, like, icon of feminine beauty. She's got like big tits, which is cool. Everybody likes those. But where I grew up, girls that look like Sydney Sweeney are kind of a dime a dozen. She's like a big booba blonde Midwest girl. That's why she's got the face that she has, which she got dumb girl face. I don't know how to. It's hard to get her facial expression down, but she kind of has like fetal alcohol syndrome eyes. There's no nice way to say it. I think it mostly comes from the fact that her eyebrows are so blonde that she doesn't have a lot of expression in her. Like her eyes look closed, so she just looks like she's a little oxygen deprived. That's fine. People can look stupid and still be successful. Look at Jim Brewer. Don't look at Jim Brewer. Past 2010, it went badly. But like, was she in the Northman? She was probably in some other stuff. But like, Sydney Sweeney got pushed as this like icon of feminine, like trad femme appearance, and there was like Sydney Sweeney's jeans, and that shit was fucking cringe. Okay, it was just a lame commercial, and then people got really like hyper excited about it, and it was what it was. One of the weirdest parts for me was people pretending that like Sydney Sweeney was like super fucking hot. And like, it's not like she's not pretty. She's a pretty girl. She has a nice body. We'll say that, okay? But when I think of like pretty, I'm thinking of like Penelope Cruz, Monica Bellucci, you know, what's her name? Alexandria Daddario, I think her name is. They're face and beautiful, like shocking. Like that's what like Hollywood hot is to me. And it kind of always has been. I mean, you go back in time, like Katharine Hepburn and stuff, you know, and different ladies throughout time, Marilyn Monroe. There's kind of certain types of faces are like shocking. And what happened to me we were actually shopping at Macy's for some stuff. I don't think we found it there. We ended up finding it at Target, of course. But we were shopping at Macy's, and when you walk into Macy's at the mall, you always walk through the makeup counter. And I saw, you know, Sydney Sweeney's getting pushed as a kind of an it girl right now. And I saw her picture, and her face was like very unattractive. I think somebody maybe was fucking with her almost. Like the actual expression she was making, right, looked bad. And when I walked deeper in, you have like Demi Moore, who is 30 years her senior, crushing, 20 years, whatever, same, just as hot as she was when I was growing up. Demi Moore, ridiculous. God damn, Demi Moore. You know, wow, look at Demi Moore, she's beautiful. But like Sydney Sweeney's picture in this like makeup ad was like what the fuck is that? And it's because her face is not given to attractive facial expressions. You have to be a certain type of hot to pull that off. Do you know what I mean? Like, what's her name? I wanted to say Doja Cat, and I won't not say Doja Cat, but I was thinking of somebody else. Dua Lipa, crazy face card, yes. Megan Thee Stallion, face card. Different kind of faces, but still they can hit it. Beyonce, not necessarily always my favorite, but like hits it in the makeup, all around the makeup area, right? Boom. And then like Sydney Sweeney, somebody taking a picture of Sydney Sweeney. It was like it looked like someone had fucked with her. You know what I mean? And so I started like kind of pulling back. And at the time, she pissed off, like she'd aligned herself with the people you don't want to align yourself with. Like, there are bad LGBT people who are like horrible right wingers. Yeah, but they're not a lot of them. And like fashion and entertainment and hair and makeup especially are just owned by like the queer community and heavily queer community adjacent people, right? Like heavily queer community adjacent. Like I would not say slurs around a hair and makeup person. Not that she did, But I would also not associate myself with people who say slurs around hair and makeup, especially if I'm not paying them, especially if I'm not paying strict attention to them. And so it started me off on this thing. And then like I kind of noticed like, dude, Sydney Sweeney is getting kind of like lit up. And I think we have entered the era of the Sydney Sweeney humiliation ritual. Now, I've never watched Euphoria, and given who's involved in the production and what I've heard about the show, I never will. Got plenty to watch. Not watching Euphoria. But like these fucking Sydney Sweeney clips came up. And I remember talking to my wife literally 2 shopping trips before that where we're walking through a bookstore. And I can't remember what fucking popped it off. But I was like, they're like, I think they're fucking trying to destroy Sydney Sweeney. I don't know who they are. Maybe it's the gay community. Maybe it's just misogynists who know that like Sydney Sweeney is vulnerable. Like she's backline. She's alone. She's vulnerable. But like, it's crazy because I'd seen clips of her dressed up like a dog being led around on a leash and stuff. And the Euphoria show from the outside does not look like a show that lends itself to, oh, we're going to be getting like Emmys from this. Like this is a serious, well done and tasteful portrayal of a sexual fetish. I think they're just putting the big tit blonde girl in dog makeup to humiliate her. And now I've seen a bunch of other additional shit from the show. These clips keep showing up because apparently her character in the show is starring in OnlyFans. OnlyFans models have come out to say like this shit is degrading, which is crazy because they're there. You know what I mean? It's like, well, you're really fucking this up. The OnlyFans models are coming out to say like, I don't know who's writing this, but you're kind of being too much of a whore on OnlyFans. In your show. And it's just becoming this weird fucking thing. This absolutely bizarre like humiliation ritual for Sydney Sweeney. I can't describe it any other way, where they're just speed running her through like every niche fetishes that like I've ever seen, like getting snuck into threads on where it's like, okay, get your fucking foot fetish shit out of the like the fucking draw thread. Okay, yeah. Get your giantess fetish out of our fucking like pinup thread. Get your this. It's obvious. Where it's not just like, okay, yeah, this is about a fetish, but like also like, no, it's not just about. You're just doing it. You're just doing the fetish. I haven't seen all of the clips. Apparently, she gets dressed up like a baby. I saw one earlier today where she's doing ASMR, but she's like hitting the ASMR microphone against her tit. It's weird. People are definitely jerking off to this. And it's not like people can jerk off to anything. It's like, this is to be jerked off to. Like they're putting Sydney Sweeney into the like, they're making porn. They're making porn with her because a lot of these fetishes do not require you to be naked. They are there. That's done. There's no sex involved. This is why there's very specific rules on my art server. That is the west side, where I'm like, I know what these fucking paraphilias are. You're not sneaking them in. If you try, you're fucking banned. Right? Like fucking all this stupid no, absolutely not. You're not sneaking your fucking fetish shit in. I will ban you. I know what it fucking looks like, okay? I know that vibe. And this is just fetish content masquerading as a commentary on fetish content, which is crazy. I'm going to show you this. This is giantess fetish, which is so niche. It's such a niche thing. Like, I found out about it from because somebody responded to people posting about it with the old police squad in today's episode. The writer's barely disguised fetish, right? And I'm like, what the fuck is that? I still don't understand it. But like that old show, Monsters or something, Man vs. Monsters, where the lady gets big and her clothes get ripped, that is a whole fetish. The Attack of the 50-Foot Woman. You're like, why aren't there more movies like that? Well, because it's fucking boring. Because what's a giant lady going to do? She going to do murder? She's probably going to try to get back to normal size so she can eat regular amounts of food and not have to drink the ocean and eat raw whale, Like, why would you be 50 foot tall? And it's like, no, that's actually a fetish. And so like this is a clip from this show. It's so fucking weird. From Sweeney JPGs. Like, don't worry, she's wearing clothes and stuff, but like, yeah, this got the fucking feet out. This is all this is. This is giantess fetish shit. They made a whole set for it. Like somebody is having the day of their life. There's a guy, has to be a dude, who has been thinking of this for his whole life and managed to sneak in and get like one of the current it girls to star in his high production fetish. That's so fucking nuts. You know what I mean? Normally this is reserved for Tarantino, and Tarantino has to wrap his foot fetish around some of the best films ever made in the history of film. You know? Like, he's like, look, I need to get Uma Thurman's dirty souls on fucking screen. I will trade you Pulp Fiction for this. It's like, oh, you creepy fuck. Okay, damn, Pulp Fiction's good. How much of it is the fetish? It's barely there. You'll barely notice it. It's going to take decades for people to finally catch on. When they do, I'll chuckle about it and I'll say I don't care. And I did it. Okay, cool. How about you, Euphoria? Bro, we're going all the way. This is the weirdest shit in the history of mankind. Dude, they went right for it. It's so nuts. It ends with her like stomping through like a downtown area. She's embarrassed. So you got like the embarrassed female thing. It's so on the fucking nose. And if you've never seen this shit, you might not know it, but you'll definitely still probably get that feeling where you're like, this feels gross. Do you know what I mean? You get like, oh, did Chugga Conroy film this shoe commercial? What the fuck? Isn't the showrunner, writer allegedly a huge misogynist? I mean, probably. I remember there's all kinds of shit with the person, and Drake is like a fucking producer on the whole thing. The whole first season is like kids fucking in high school and doing drugs. Like, but not in like a remotely tasteful way, or like, you know, not an exploration of youth. Like, hey, wouldn't it be, what about these hot adults that we're making pretend to be teenagers? Wouldn't that be crazy to see teenagers do this? Like, no, gross. The fuck are you fucking talking about? It's so bizarre. Sam Levinson is a weirdo rich kid who's been given way too much leeway for too little talent. Fucking name sounds super familiar. This is a Hollywood production. This is fucking like Premiere TV. It's on HBO. I can't remember where the fuck. Hold on. I think it's an HBO. No, that doesn't sound right. Maybe it's on Prime. Euphoria. Oh yeah, it is on HBO. This shit's on HBO. I've never fucking watched it. American teen drama television series created and written by Sam Levinson for HBO. Okay, buddy. Okay. See, I always like scrolling down to where the controversy area is. It's usually at the bottom. Critical response. Accolades. Viewers per episode, thousands. Man, this motherfucker fell off, dude. There's one episode. The season 2 finale got like over 1 million, I guess. No, over 600,000. Everyone else, the first season's like between 5 and 600,000 on average. Season blank, which is in between them, I guess it's just 2 episodes, got next to no views. 100,000, bro. I got fucking YouTube videos that did better than this. And then season 2, never cracking 400K. Season 3, never cracking 400K. Except for the one fucking episode that's blown the fuck up. Sam Levinson. Oh, he's creepy looking. The fucking Wikipedia article is like, yeah, put him Put the fucking wanted poster photo up there. Look at this creepy my man's eyes couldn't be beadier. What? I don't know. This is AI art. Dude, create me the most suspicious guy. Send me Tyler Perry's version of an untrustworthy white person. It's like almost comical, dude. Like, who looks at people like that? That's crazy. What is that face? Dude, Wikipedia said fuck off, bro. That is amazing. That is amazing. Son of director Barry, yeah, so he's a fucking Nepo baby. Writing credits, none of his shit is anything. Oh god, HBO teen drama series Euphoria, which was adapted from the Israeli series of the same name. Oh no! It's fucking Homefront or whatever the fuck. God damn it. That fucking that terrible fucking show. I gotta cover that at some point. But for kids, ew. He studied method acting for 4 years. What the fuck? He was in an Uwe Boll film. Wizard of Lies. Co-write. Yeah, everybody that's writing about him says he sucks. Executive produced some stuff. Who gives a shit? Announced he was co-creating and another HBO television, The Idol, alongside recording artist Abel The Weeknd Tesfaye. Oh, is this the one? This is the one that was like super pedo-y shit. Controversy following an expose in Rolling Stone that featured allegations against Levinson and Tesfaye of creating a toxic work environment, and crew members alleging the script involved explicit sexual contact that amounted to sexual torture porn. The first episode appeared at the 2023 Cannes Film Festival to negative reviews. Time magazine said the Idol pretends to expose exploitation while reveling in it. Variety critic Peter DeBurge. The script seems calculated to fool audiences into thinking they're observing how Hollywood operates, when so much of it amounts to tawdry cliches, and the series plays like a sordid male fantasy. Well, there you go. Ran for 1 season in 2023. Bro, he wrote the fucking Borderlands film. He was an uncredited writer. Uncredited writer on Borderlands, bro. That's fucking rough. Deep Water. I've never even heard of this movie. Is that Ben Affleck? Oh, yeah. This is the Ben Affleck and Ana de Armas movie, after which Ana de Armas vanished from sight. $49 million. I bet 29 million of that went straight into fucking Ben Affleck's pocket. Euphoria is an Israeli teen drama television miniseries created and written by Ron Lishem, Daphne Levin, and Tamira Yardeni, directed by Daphne Levin, broadcast on Hot 3 from 30 November 2012. Adults appear in the series only rarely and are always filmed at an angle that obscures their faces. Some of the plots are based on real events. Skins has been named as an influence. Show was met with controversy by Israeli officials such as Orly Yehezekel of the Cable and Satellite Broadcasting Council, who called for the miniseries to be taken off the air. Attempt to cope with an uncertain future, the use of drugs and sex is based on the true story of a teenager who was murdered outside of a club, and the series takes place 1 year after that incident. Ronnie Dalumi is Hoffet, a drug-addicted girl cutter who blames herself for Renan's death. Is there any, like, Palestine stuff in this at all? Maor Schwitzer as Osher Gimple, nicknamed Shaman, Fatty, a self-conscious boy addicted to porn, experiencing impotence as a result. He has sex with the housemaid and eventually buys a sex doll. What in the fuck is going on here? Roy Nick is Elkanah Eldar, Decker's older brother and IDF defector who spends most of his time having casual sex and giving advice to the others. Okay, the IDF defector. The IDF defector is the negative is the negative influence. Oh no. Uriel Geta is Tomer Semigura, nicknamed Tomarico, a young drug dealer and Orthodox Jew who later murders Yizhar, Ra'anan's killer, and broadcasts it live on the internet. Oh, there is a Palestinian. Taufik Barhom as Dudu, a 17-year-old Palestinian and aspiring veterinarian who lives in Kino's apartment building. Mixed reviews in Israel and was canceled after one season. Yedioth Aronoth critic Heinrich Schiff partially credits the cancellation to the show's late time slot and a time before streaming television or delayed watching was common in Israel, making it difficult for Euphoria to find an audience. Man, that show probably should have just stayed dead, bro. What the fuck? I'm gonna have to fucking watch this shit now. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Malcolm and Marie. What in the fuck? Assassination Nation, satirical black comedy horror thriller film made by Sam Levinson. Dude, I don't. Who the fuck are any of these people? Hari Neff, American actress, get on Amazon. Abra, singer. Another Happy Day. Bro, they just be giving this guy fucking money to make shit. Like, dude, if you took Sam Levinson out of Hollywood, you could just have so many other people becoming the fucking making something else, anything else. Dude, this shit sounds. This is first movie. It's called Operation Endgame. It sounds like the worst thing I've ever heard in my life. The fucking cast list is massive. It's one of the. It's like fucking. Is it money laundering? Joe Anderson, Rob Corddry, Ellen Barkin, Odette Yustman, Maggie Q, Zach Galifianakis, Adam Scott, Brandon T. Jackson, Emily D. Ravine, Bob Odenkirk, Ving Rhames, and Jeffrey Tambor. It's like he's like, is Sam Levinson just the fucking DJ Khaled? DJ Khaled, another one. Is he just the DJ Khaled of fucking movies? Like he's trying to get lucky by just jamming fucking talent together and seeing if something sticks. Fucking insane. Okay. But either way, oh Jesus Christ, what do I think? Yeah, Sam Levinson, mad fucking weird. And let me just double check real quick. Banned already, and cool. Don't work. Yeah, I think that somebody's got it out for Sydney Sweeney, or maybe she's just out of the protections. Like she's like, hey, actually, I want to be. You lefties were mad at me or mean to me, and I want to be hanging out with the non-lefty type aligned people. And I wonder if she's going to go to hell doing that. I don't know, but it seems like she's in the middle of the worst humiliation ritual I've seen in a while. I think people might be banking on Sydney Sweeney's self-destruction. I think people are trying to kill her. I don't know. Homeland. Yeah, that's the other movie. That's the other show I was talking about. It's really covered the post 9/11 rage boner TV shows. I don't want to watch them. They sound fucking horrible. One of my exes made me watch Euphoria shortly before we ended things. Who wants to watch a show with a character who has a housemaid? I kind of liked Downton Abbey. That was one of the most brainless shows I've ever seen in my life, but I kind of liked it. I thought Thomas would kill everybody, but he never did, and I hate that to this day. I thought Thomas was gonna start fucking putting bullets in people. What did you say the Palestinians' nickname was? He didn't have one. I don't think. Drake thought it was Israeli Degrassi, LMAO. Ooh, what you say? Pretty sure Sam Levinson stole the whole Euphoria aesthetic from a woman too. I highly doubt he's made up anything on his own. His dad made Rain Man. Yeesh. Levinson steals from women all the time. The Idol was originally Amy Siemens' show, but he felt that it lacked male perspective, so he fired her and sleazed it up. Who says that? Oh my god. Oh, I should do a fucking show review. You know what show I watched recently? I finished. I know I'm running towards the end of the hour, but you guys always love these. The Leftovers is the stupidest fucking show maybe I've ever seen. I'm so pissed at it. My wife liked it at the end. It's a little emotionally manipulative toward the end. It's not always terrible, but holistically, it didn't need to be 3 seasons long, which it is. And it has to be the worst written show, like, that's on HBO. I mean, I guess maybe, I haven't seen Euphoria. I would hate for there to be a show that's worse written. Let me break down what happens to you for you in fucking Leftovers. Let me bring up the list of characters, because that shit's impossible to fucking. Okay, hold on. All right. So yeah, The Leftovers is from fucking 2014. And I think it ended in like 2019 or something. There's only 3 seasons though. Starring Justin Theroux as Kevin Garvey, Carrie Doon as Nora Durst, Margaret Qualley as Jill Garvey, Liv Tyler as Meg, Emily Mead as Amy, Ann Dowd, and this can go forever. Okay, Christopher Eccleston as Matt Jameson. Christopher Eccleston's character, Jesus Christ. So what happens in The Leftovers is on October 17th or whatever it is. I'm gonna get trouble. 2% or 3% of the Earth's population just vanishes. They vanish. Disappear. Okay? And then everyone else that's left is the leftovers. Now, disappearing people causes a sort of religious second reckoning throughout the populace, where some people think that they should have been raptured. They think it's the rapture. It looks like the fucking rapture. They think they should be raptured. Maybe they should be. Maybe they shouldn't be. Why were we left behind? Are we in hell? Yada, yada, yada. I'll spoil it for you. None of these questions are ever fucking answered satisfactorily. I'm going to spoil the whole show for you right now. You have 2 seconds. Are you ready? Do you want to know where everyone went? This is it. This is what you'll wait 3 seasons for. What happened was 3% of the people went to one place and everybody else stayed behind. But the 2 places are the same place. It's just 2 different versions of Earth. One with 2% of the population and the other with 98% of the population. And nothing else changed. And all the people that were, the few people on the other Earth were like, wow, that's fucking crazy. You never get to see anything from them. That's just explained in a series of in a montage in the last episode. Is it stupid? It's the stupidest fucking thing you've ever heard. It's so fucking stupid. What happens in the show, Tyler? You're asking. Okay, I'll tell you. People are having religious crises because some of their babies fucking vanished. Sometimes people's whole fucking families vanished. Yada, yada, yada. And so the whole fucking world is confused about where people went. Religious authorities are looking into it, yada, yada. None of that's really gone into at all. The first season takes place in some fucking place in New York, some shit town in New York City, Mapleton. Kevin Garvey is the chief of police. He's losing his mind. His wife, we find out, what the fuck is that lady's name? She's not even like high in the fucking cast. Lori has joined a cult called the Guilty Remnant. There's cults everywhere in just the first season. And that's the most interesting part of the first season. Cults are rising because people want to know what happened, and people are believing in supernatural again because a supernatural thing happened. So what's going on? The most interesting character in the first season, by far, is a guy named Murray, right? Murphy. What the fuck is his name? Hold on. Where's my guy? Where's my man? There you go. His character isn't even fucking named on Google. I hate you so much for this. Come on. Give it to me. Where is he? Oh, it drives me insane. I should make a whole fucking video on this. I hate this. I get so pissed off at this show. Okay, there's the Murphys. Can we get recurring? Holy Wayne. Yes, Wayne. A person, savior who heals people with a burden. So this guy named Wayne has the cult of Wayne, right? And he hugs people and he makes them not feel bad anymore. For some reason, and who gives a shit, because we never go into it deeply, fucking Kevin Garvey's kid, who's his adopted son, which is never really gone into deeply, although it's a major issue. It's also like, who gives a fuck? His adoptive son, who is a guy that looks just like, but is not, Thad from Blue Mountain State, has joined this cult. And they believe in this cult, and the cult is presented as being very real and maybe very effectively, right? There's a very strong libertarian vibe throughout the entire first season. It's kind of hard to pin down without showing you the chunks of it, but Wayne is not presented as, he's a little nefarious, he's a little unsettling, but he's also like persecuted by an advanced version of alcohol, tobacco, and firearms that exists in this post-departure world, which is like the ATF-CE, who are like chomping at the bit to murder people. It's crazy. He has a cult. He has a harem of pretty Asian girls who he has impregnated to the number. The ATF come and bust out, and the ATF just murders everybody in this cult compound for no real good reason. The main character's son kills a guy, which is very important in the first season, and never returned to. Almost at all. If I can remember. I don't think actually really returned to at all for the rest of the other two seasons. He kills a fucking ATF agent, and he just gets away with that scot-free. That's never investigated. It just kind of goes away. Things happening and then just kind of going away is constant throughout the entirety of this show. It's so fucking irritating. Wayne, Wayne sends that kid off. This is so interesting, right? He sends this kid off during the ATF attack, which is like the first or second episode, because a senator has been visiting Wayne's compound. Oh my God, United States senator. And he sends him off and he says, you got to protect the girl. He's also British for no good fucking reason. You've got to protect this girl. She's pregnant with my kid. The kid's everything. Don't fuck the girl. No matter what you do, don't fuck the girl. So he never fucks the girl, which is very important because it's inferred that maybe some of the other ones did. Okay, so he's an acolyte of Wayne. They go on the lam. They're hiding while they're on the lam. This is, by the way, this is an entire side plot of the first season, and I have to hammer this home. This has no resolution. I'm not going to end this in a way where you're like, oh, that's great. This is the whole first season. Is this side plot with this guy's kid. They're on the lam because he's murdered an ATF agent. He's got a pregnant Asian girl with him that he carries throughout the entirety of her pregnancy, from like the second or third week of being pregnant through term. She gives birth in a fucking bathtub or something. They get driven out to like the desert before all this, and he's given a big case of money to go and hide off the grid until they all reunite, because fucking Wayne has had a premonition that he's going to die. Throughout the entire first season, you see Wayne kind of pops up here and there too. He's in seedy apartments where another character named Nora, we'll get to that. She's the most important character in the story, by which I mean she says the same 7 things over and over again throughout the entire fucking show. But he gives people hugs and alleviates them. Like, it's magic. It's very strongly inferred that it's magic. And there's inferred magic shit happening throughout the entirety of the first season and in subsequent seasons. The girl gives birth to the baby and then abandons it on the floor of a fucking public restroom where the son finds it. And then, like, they never get back with Wayne because Wayne keeps saying he's like, drop enough money for Wayne, some of the extra money. I need the money. You got to drop the money off. You got to take it here because the other people need it. He speaks to him through a phone. At the end of the first season, Wayne fucking dies. The girl runs away. The kid gets the baby. He never sees Wayne die. Wayne gets shot to death by ATF agents and is gut shot, bleeding to death in a bathroom, and then ends up talking to his dad, the kid's dad, and is like, I'm starting to think I'm a fraud. Do you have a wish? And the guy looks at him and he's like, oh, granted. That's never gone into again. That is the first season, one of the major plots of the first season. It is never gone into again. You see Wayne one more time in like a sort of afterlife, and that's it. His cult disintegrates. His connection to literal sitting U.S. senators is never returned to. He just dies. It just goes away. It vanishes. There's other people with these kids. That's never gone into. The kid is left on the front porch and adopted by Nora. Let's rewind to the first episode, okay? This whole town is full of people that are trying to get over the fact that a bunch of people vanished, and they're all taking it terribly. There's a cult. It's called the Guilty Remnant. It starts off because white people be reacting to stuff is the only way to describe it. I feel like they included black characters in the background of the Guilty Remnant just to make it seem like it wasn't the most white people shit ever. It is a cult where people don't talk. They write on pads. They smoke cigarettes and they wear white. They go around harassing people to remind them that they're not supposed to be alive or enjoying this because everyone else is gone or dead or something. The motivations are nebulous because the cult is set up as a very serious thing for 2 seasons, and then the writers go, we're going to kill the remaining cult leader with a Predator drone strike and never talk about this again. I'm not kidding. That happens. A Predator drone ends the entirety Guilty Remnant subplot at the start of season 3, most of which takes place in Australia. The drone strike is in Texas. The first season is in New York. Why are all these different places there? Good fucking question, bud. I'd say it's a 10 out of 10 question because I fucking asked it myself a bunch. Garvey's the main character. He's the sheriff or the police chief of this town because his dad lost his mind. His dad talks to people that aren't there. Throughout the first season, Garvey realizes he's starting to maybe lose his mind. He has blackouts where he becomes Cool Garvey, and Cool Garvey does Cool Garvey shit that he solves like a mystery the next day. Cool Garvey is never explored or really seen on screen ever, except for once trying to drown himself under the orders of a pedophile. This is a thing that happens. I'm not kidding. That's in season 2. Garvey spends most of the first season dealing with the fucking idiot cult and his dad and his dad's girlfriend, who is the black mayor of Mapleton and also way too young for his dad. She is like 29 to 35 years old and dating a man that is a worn the fuck out white guy who is at least 72. It makes no sense. It is weird. It is strange. When you see it happen, you go, no, they're not. Oh, they are. She is used to be a bitch to Garvey a few times and then never again shows up in the show. She is there for literal turn in your badge, but she never has him turn in her badge. It's like, you need to get this done. You need to get this taken care of. God damn it, Garvey. Why are you fucking gonna fall apart on me? And then she just vanishes. She vanishes. Why is she dating his dad? There is no reason ever given. I guess she's just into spoiled milk. She's deep into the spoiled cheese. She likes that. She likes that funky mozzarella. Oh my god. It's fucking awesome. Okay, so Garvey has to deal with the guilty remnant. They do not talk. The entire first season, some of the main characters have no conversations up until you can tell the writer got sick of it and had to have them say more than 3 things that they could write on a piece of paper to each other, and then went, all right. They're non-violent, except for kind of when they are sometimes, and they sneak into people's houses and steal their family photos of their disappeared loved ones to remind them that they're dead. There's also a subplot in the first season where people order copies, full-body plastic, like real doll copies of their loved ones so that they can either put them in their house to pretend they're not dead or bury them like they're dead to let them go. At one point near the climax of the first season, the guilty remnant sneak full-size, lifelike dummies of people's dead relatives into their homes. The people of Mapleton then go on to start killing the fuck out of these people and setting their houses and their cult compound on fire. It is the most reasonable shit you've ever seen in your life. It is treated as though it shouldn't happen, but I'm pretty sure if it was real life, they would all go to jail. Throughout the entirety of this, the ATF is a very important kind of like, oh, they're an anti-religious force that hates these cults, but they're just real, like, they're bloodthirsty sociopaths. In the middle of the season, one of the guilty remnant members, who's a cool lady, one of the most likable non-talkers on screen, they're always smoking cigarettes, she gets abducted by people and dragged into the woods. This is after there's been people throwing bricks at these guys. Christopher Eccleston, who was Doctor Who, and putting on the worst English American accent you've ever heard. Oh, I just need everybody to hear what I'm saying. Sounds ridiculous. He gets hit in the head with a brick after he wins a few $100,000 betting on roulette because pigeons landed on it. This is a mystic. He's a priest. These people were driving around throwing bricks at the guilty remnant. Now, you would think that the people that stoned the guilty remnant to death would be these people. There's a lot of biblical shit like this. It is not them. We find out later it's the guilty remnant. How do we find this out? They just say it was, and it's never actually really gone into that it was. But they stoned this lady to death. Very sad. When she gets carted off, she gets like taken by the ATF officers to get whatever. There's like a bunch of mistakes that happen with the body processing, and you get to see the coolest scene that happens in the first season, which is they say that they're going to send her to this forensics facility. Oh my God, top of the state of the art. But she gets sent to this gigantic body processing furnace area inside a factory where there's hundreds of bodies all being fed into these gigantic, like, fucking iron firing furnaces and burned and fucking on conveyor belts. Like they're destroying all these bodies. That is never returned to. We never hear about that again. We never see it. After the first season, the ATFCE or whatever the fuck it is, vanishes completely from the story. Gone. Just washed away. The first season follows also Christopher Eccleston's character. Father Who, we'll just call him because he just is walking around like this. He's tall. He keeps getting his ass beat because he goes around trying to prove that people were sinners by looking up blackmail type information on them. And they shouldn't have been raptured for being good. They're probably just dead somewhere because they were sinners. Sorry, I don't know if you know this, but your husband was cheating on you. Your podiatrist was a rapist and your brother was a gambler. So people beat the shit out of him, not to anywhere near the extent that the guilty remnant, or not, way more than the guilty remnant gets beat up. He's also losing his church. The guilty remnant ends up buying it. He goes out in the middle of the night. He goes sees pigeons, and the pigeons lead him to a casino, and the pigeons lead him to bet money until he wins the specific amount of money that he needs. And then he's accosted in the parking lot because he's trusting. And then he beats a guy maybe to death in the parking lot because the guy tries to steal all the money for the church. And then he goes and he helps guilty remnant people instead of paying for the church. And he gets hit in the head with a brick, and he wakes up 3 days later after a coma, having lost the church. And that's really never gone into that much again. He gets like upset about it, but also you would think he was going to go like become a violent man or something, but he doesn't. And it doesn't really change his character at all. And eventually he just leaves Mapleton in the second season. You find out that the kid's dad was the Garvey's dad. Okay, let's talk about Garvey. Garvey's the main character. Garvey's losing his mind. Okay, he's the police chief, but he's having blackouts. Show basically starts with a dog being shot in front of him and him talking to a guy who's a madman who always goes around. He's a bald fuck, goes around in a truck with a gigantic Lippera dip in. Okay, now you're led to believe there's a possibility this guy isn't real and he's a figment of his imagination, which would make sense. He's like, the dogs aren't ours anymore. They're leftover dog. The dogs from the leftover. It's like 2% of the population disappeared, but there's fuckloads of stray dogs now. Their fucking dogs aren't ours anymore. We got to shoot the dogs. And so he goes on dog shooting hunts. Cool Garvey loves killing dogs because he has this vision of a deer. It's very important. And he sees the deer in real life and the deer gets murdered by the dogs. And so he starts murdering them. Now, this deer is so important, it never shows up in the story again. He goes and kills the dogs with this guy, but then he doesn't know if the guy's real. The guy's like, go, we have beers. And then eventually his daughter sees him. His daughter is played by Margaret Qualley, who you may remember as the younger, hotter of the two people from The Substance. She's the one that comes out of The Substance. That's her. She's the daughter. Her character's terrible. She's not even really in the third season at all. Neither is his son. Her whole is Euphoria. The show Euphoria is basically what she goes through in the first season. There are twin characters with big foreheads. They're irritating. They're not in any of the other seasons. They don't matter. The girl who is the main character, prostitute, porn star from the HBO show The Strip or whatever it was about New York, and no one talks about it anymore because fucking sex pest Harry Osborn guy who's in it, James Franco, right? He plays two characters, so they double forgot about that show. The Deuce is what it's called. She's his daughter's weirdly horny friend who is like very strongly inferred that she's desperately sexually attracted to her friend's ill father, and she goes around in like titty onesies and nighties and lives at their house for reasons I can't quite remember. She doesn't exist in the second season or further than that. She vanishes completely. Nothing that happens with her is important or lasts, but for some reason there is unnecessary, inconsistent sexual tension between her, a teenager, and the dad, a confused and unhealthy and unwell man who does not seem interested in it, but like it's still forced there. The sexualization of teenagers happens a bunch, but not an infinite amount in the first season of The Leftovers. It's weird. They have parties that no teenager would ever have. They have parties that look like Hollywood parties for teenagers. They are stupid. The daughter is really upset that her mom, by the way, this is the plot, her mom has joined the guilty remnant. Her mom is now a loser cigarette smoker. We find out later that the mom was a fucking whole-ass psychiatrist, and the lady that runs that chapter of the cult was one of her patients. Oh, now the shoe's on the other foot. Do we ever explore in 3 seasons the relationship between the former psychiatrist and the now cult leader who she works for in a reversal of roles? No. Not only do we not explore that, it's never really gone into ever at all for any reason. Because the guilty remnant people have to talk at some point so that, all of the fucking dialogue doesn't have to be written down on pens. Liv Tyler, who you may remember from Lord of the Rings and being Steven Tyler's child, becomes a new member of the cult. She's the worst actress in the history of acting. Good as a elf that doesn't say much, terrible as a main character in an ensemble cast. Everything that she says is like this. She talks in a breathy whisper. Every word carried on a breath. Horrible character. Horrible character, written and acted. I don't blame Liv Tyler for this because the writing is bad for everybody. By the way, if you watch the new Fallout show, the guy that plays the real version of Dr. House is the main character, Kevin Garvey from The Leftovers. Just so you know. Just imagine he's naked a lot. He's in amazing shape. Abs, very complicated tattoos for a chief of police. Those are never gone into. They put fake tattoos on this guy for 3 seasons and never talk about him. It's awesome and very stupid. He's really upset that his wife, and his daughter is really upset that his wife has joined the Guilty Remnant. Her biological child, the son, is the one that's in the smiley, huggy guy cult. She never thinks of him at all. Her other biological child and Garvey's biological child, Margaret Qualley girl, Jill, I think her name is. I don't give a fuck. She is the most shockingly pretty girl in the history of we need to cast a troubled teen for this. She's just too shockingly pretty. Like, it's Margaret Qualley is just a very, very attractive woman. It's jarring at times because it's like you should have cast a kid, in my opinion, that looks like life had treated them a little bit worse to like make these scenes land harder. But like, she is a full-on supermodel with neon blue eyes and like a perfect everything. You know what I mean? It's like every time she's on screen, like, what? This is jarring. I have all of these really talented character actors, many very good character actors. They look down and bedraggled and stuff, and they're acting, and then she shows up and she's just too like put together. It's like Hallmark movie daughter is the best way to describe it, in what's supposed to be a sort of like gritty exploration of the human psyche after tragedy. Not well done, but it's so strange, you know, like what? It's like seeing a guy show up with no mud on him in a war movie. You're like, what's happening? How is this supermodel related to these people? Like, with all due respect, it's so bizarre. It is so fucking strange, the casting. The Guilty Remnant thing is back and forth. Lori is just the worst mom in the history of mothering. She's just a terrible person. Kevin misses her. Pointless. Nora Durst is yet another character, the other actual main character who makes it to the end of season 3, all the way to the final scenes. She lost her entire family, and she feels bad about it because her family sucked, and her 2 kids and her boring fucking husband vanished together, and like it was kind of cool. Because if I was her, I'd be like, I kind of made out here, but I'm not. So she feels terrible about it. She has self-destructive habits. One of which is paying prostitutes to shoot her in the chest while she's wearing a bulletproof vest with a 30-57 Magnum, I think it is. They found the biggest fucking revolver possible. It could be a 38 special, but it looks like a 357. And she gets shot in the chest with it and gets knocked out, and that's how she feels alive. This is still the first season. That is addressed again. Near the very end, that does come back. That actually does make it to season 3. Actually, it does. Kevin is going insane. He hangs out with the guy that wants to kill the dogs. He is very upset with the cult. He's also trying to get people out of the cult. He fails to stop the cult from doing stupid shit. This being the fucking Guilty Remnant cult. All their houses get burned down, and a bunch of them get killed because they sneak dead bodies or fake bodies into people's houses. It's fucking nuts. It's actually fucking crazy. And it ends with him saving his daughter because his daughter goes to performatively join the cult to be closer to her mom from the burning house and gets them out. And that's basically the end of the first season. He also... Oh, no, I'm so sorry. He kidnaps a woman. The main cult leader, he kidnaps her on one of his confused blackouts. Also on one of his confused blackouts, he adopts a dog and makes a bet with Big Lipper Dipper that he can renormalize the dog's brain and readapt it to society. The dog is fixed spiritually and then put in a kennel in season 2 and forgotten about completely. Spoiler. He kidnaps the head of the cult in a blackout with his friend, Mr. Dipperdoodle. At some point before this, he's also like accosted a Pakistani like laundromat owner and like kind of like beat the shit out of him because he said the guy lost his shirts. He didn't lose his shirts. He finds them later in the woods after waking up, stapled to trees or nailed to trees, filthy and maybe covered in blood. I can't remember. In a sort of like ritualistic circle around a big fire pit. That's never gone into again after it's found. It's just kind of cool looking on screen for 2 seconds. He goes to a cabin in the woods, and that's where he has tied up the leader of the cult lady. She is talking now because she got to talk, right? She tries to convince him that life is meaningless or some shit, and he's like, no, but it is, and I'm crazy. She's like, you're going to destroy your life, and he goes, know what? I'm going to take you in, and I'm going to turn myself in. I'm going to go to jail because I'm crazy. And she goes, no, you're not. And she stands up, and she slits her throat with a glass and hangs out with him while she's dying. And he's like, damn, that's pretty sad. Wow, that's fucked up. And then she's in his head, and he's one of the voices. She fucking is in his head and follows him around for the next whole season till the one good episode, the one amazing episode. The house is burned down. She's in his brain. He buries her in the woods with his friend for a while, and then they kind of go back to town, and it sort of ends with him sort of kind of reuniting with his family, but also not. His son leaves the baby. Remember the baby? The half Asian, half black baby abandoned in a fucking public toilet? The white woman adopts the baby. Is it strange? Yes. Nora feels bad the whole first season. That's Nora's entire existence. She feels bad. Then she finds a black baby on a stoop and adopts that black baby. New lease on life. End of the first season, basically. Second season is in Texas. Do you know how the second season of The Leftovers starts? I have to make this as a video because I'll never get over it. The second season of The Leftovers, after spending a whole season in Mapleton, New York, starts with 10 or 15 straight minutes of cave woman titty. I'm not fucking... That is how it starts. There's 15 minutes of cave woman titty dying in what will become Texas. Now, is this a cave woman that looks like what a cave woman looks like? No. They found a hot brown lady. They dreaded her hair up, and they said, you're going to have your titties out. Your titties are not... They're going to be fucking centerfold ready titties because you're a cave lady. Her cave collapses on her while she's pregnant. She shits out a baby near some water and then gets bit by a snake while trying to get some shit out of a tree because all of her people got crushed by the cave. We're in the cave, and the cave has collapsed. It's a statement that is made once later in the show that I can remember, and that's still never gone on to. This is a real cave woman from cave woman times. And this is crazy because it's in Texas. So we're like past where cave people had titties out. These are Native Americans in the Pleistocene era, not the Paleolithic Native Americans who wore clothing because they were sapient. So we kind of rewrite the first indigenous peoples of Texas. We know we're in Texas because this lake is in Texas for the rest of the season. We know we're in Texas. So these are just Texas Native American people. But it's also supposed to be caveman times, so they're naked and caveman titties. This bitch dies for 15 minutes from a snake bite with her titties out. I have to hammer this home because it's very male gazy shot. It's like, what if we had a hot pregnant cave woman? Why is this happening? I was trying to watch The Leftovers. By the way, the first season has a great intro, which is like this weird Romanesque Renaissance painting. They get rid of it for the worst song and the worst intro in the history of HBO shows in the second season. I can't remember any of it because we skip it, but it sucks. First season great, second season terrible. 15 minutes dying cave woman. And then we find out that we're in Miracle, Texas, the one place that got spared from the departures. Nobody departed from there. And it's a weird place full of weird religious people now that all it's Israel Palestine. I'm just gonna tell you, spoiler, it's Israel Palestine. Just is. You'll see. You'll see. So this lady dies and her baby gets taken by another lady who happens to hear her dying her baby screaming after she dies of her arm turning into giant snake bite. She dies next to water, which is important water. Because maybe the water prevented people from disappearing in Texas. Tyler, what does this have to do with the main characters? Nothing. It's a whole new season in a whole different area. Mapleton is gone. Sorry. The mayor, the young black mayor lady who is dating his dad, she's gone forever. All of Margaret Qualley girls' friends never mentioned again. Wayne cult, kind of not really discussed too much, kind of like nods to, but it's gone. The baby is now in the care of Nora, who is sad. She's, by the way, the sister of the priest guy. We find out that the priest goes to Texas because of reasons. I forgot to tell you this. He has a paraplegic wife who is paralyzed and is non-responsive. She's non-verbal, anything. She's completely like pseudo-comatose in a wheelchair. She's not important. She's his entire motivation for everything. And also she's just a fucking albatross around his neck. She's a great actress for sitting in a chair and looking like a brain dead chair lady. She's not good at acting enough that when she inevitably gets cured, that we keep her on staff. So just so you know that's coming. They go to Texas and introduce even more characters that don't really need to be introduced. One of them is who's the fucking firefighter guy? He's in the rest of it. Can I do it? We have him. Who's my guy? Kevin Carroll, John Murphy. Yeah, the Murphys. Right? John Murphy's married to a nurse. He is a firefighter. You find out in the first season that he's about not letting people think that there's miracles in Miracle. So he goes and kicks people out of town if they try to do like religious huckstering or something, which maybe is real and maybe is not. It feels kind of real. I don't know. His son sells water from the local spring, and that's neat. His daughter, who is a grown woman, but also a teenager, presented as a teenager and runs around naked. You see her naked in the first episode of the second season, sprinting around in the woods naked. Why does this happen? Should this happen? No one knows. Never gone into. She's just, I guess, good looking, and the director was like, can we get that booty on screen or some shit? I fucking no goddamn rhyme or reason for that. But you see his daughter naked. Okay, there you go. They balance all the naked ladies out by having fucking main character Kevin naked all the goddamn time. Like it's fucking raw country naked out there in the woods. Lord. She has seizures and shit. Her brother is a religious. He hangs out with John's dad, who's a pedophile. We find that out later. He maybe diddled his kid, John, and then John shot him and went to jail for like 6 years. We find that out sort of, kind of in the first episode and also in later episodes. Is it relevant? No, it's just, it's something that people say. Those are like lore bits that get dropped when you go like, why don't you like him? And then they have to go like, say something crazy, say something cool. He's a pedophile. Okay, cool. Nice. Why? Okay, now actually your son shouldn't have been hanging out with him, and there's no reason for him to be at his weird fucking RV in the middle of nowhere. This was small town Texas. It's a bullshit place. There's a guy that lives on a pillar. He's the pillar guy. He's up there because he got fixed by the pedophile, who's a little bit of a magic priest man. He's never gone into, and he dies at the start of the third season so that you don't have to talk about him anymore. There's a guy that walks around slitting goats' throats. Basically, everybody that's in Miracle has something that they were doing on the day that the departure happened, and people are like, oh, maybe it's like a fucking magic to keep the departure from happening again, and another bunch of people won't vanish. Okay, cool. Nothing fucking happens in this season until the very end. It's a lot of like small town horse shit, but it's really just holdover from the first season. And you go, what happened to all the fucking characters from the first season? You get introduced to all these other people. None of it matters. The main story is Kevin is there and he's being haunted like fuck by the cult leader. She follows him around. She can maybe sort of kind of hit him. She's a mean old fat lady. She's mean. Her husband was a dick though. She likes to tell a story. Eventually we find out that she caught her husband getting shit on by a prostitute in a hotel. And that was a life change. That basically made her start that cult after the leftovers started, you know. That's why she started the cult after the departure. She walked in on her husband getting pooped on by a prostitute, which is reasonable, I guess. She's haunting the fuck out of Kevin and she can talk to him. So he does the like, shut up. And then everyone goes like, are you okay? And he's like, yeah, I'm fine. I just wanted to yell, shut up at everybody. They get the old house that's next to the firefighter guy that burns down other people's houses if they do religious huckstery in his town. The first night they're in town, fucking all the water in the lake, the titty cave lady lake vanishes. It goes in the ground and disappears. The guy's daughter and her two friends vanish from their car. And then most of the rest of the season is like, oh my God, was there another departure? Is Miracle over? No, maybe, yes. The priest from the first season, his wife wakes back up and he fucks her. We had a wonderful night and we made love for the first time in years. Like, dude, this bitch has been sitting in a chair. She got like no muscle left. And you fucking smashed. And she passed back out. His whole subplot for the first season is like, don't tell anyone because this guy burns down houses and kicks people out of town. Don't tell anyone that your wife came to Miracle and started walking again, like a fucking story out of the Bible, because he'll burn down everything. The extra thing is that she gets pregnant, even though she's like 40 and he's like 50. And already they had trouble conceiving, but he goes to the clinic for her weekly or yearly, monthly, whatever, like paraplegic checkup shit, coma checkup. And they're like, yeah, you're creepy because your wife is pregnant and that's nuts. And he's like, oh, it's a miracle. And they're like, no, it's not. You're a rapist. What the fuck? And he goes, oh, no, I can't tell anyone that I'm not a rapist or they'll kick me out. It's the stupidest dilemma ever. So that's just what the priest goes through. Other than that, horseshit. No one gives a fuck. It's stupid as fuck. Nora, like I said, is his sister. She's getting over the fact forever that, so she worked for the Department of Departures. It is a government department to just see why people were getting departed and vanished. She just asks people uncomfortable questions and cries. Most of Nora's purpose in the show is for her to like act out because she feels bad. And then for people to go like, are you acting out because your kids are fucking gone and maybe dead? And then her go, and cry. Like it's that over. It's that a million times. Like what is Nora doing? Nora's going to go places and Nora's going to tell somebody that she doesn't give a fuck about something. And then somebody's eventually going to go like, is this about your dead kids? And then she's going to cry. And then they're going to play like, they play the Pixies. By the way, you guys remember the Pixies End of Fight Club? Ooh, they play that song 5 million fucking times in this. It's like a theme song. It gets redone as like a piano version. It fucking sucks. I hate it so bad. It's relentless in there because it makes me think of David Fincher, and that film was great. And this show is fucking stupid. It shouldn't be in this show. Her whole thing is her brother's there and is like, hey, you should come to Miracle because I don't know if you know this, but my fucking wife is walking around and some crazy shit. And so they go there, and to get into Miracle, you have to go. It's Israel. Miracle is Israel. And there's a Palestine. Palestine is outside of okay, so the actual town is Jardin, Texas. Hardin, Texas, probably. Which they call Miracle, and Miracle is the fucking park outside of it. There's a literal gated bridge, and there's like riffraff slum outside of Miracle of people that can't afford the day pass to get in and maybe be safe from the next rapture or whatever. It's filled with fucking religious degenerates and weirdos and cult aficionados. Oh, there's another cult in the first season that there's people that draw bullseyes and walk around in bare feet on their foreheads. And that's neat, and it's never gone into again. They use it to escape from like a hotel that the cops are at, and then it's never, or no, it's a hospital. Then it's never gone into again. My bad for distracting you. It's stupid. It's fucking stupid. It's stupid as shit. It's Israel Palestine. All the people on the outside want to come in. All the people on the inside want to go out. There's terrorists that eventually facilitate this. It's the guilty remnant. They get killed with a Predator drone. It's kind of on the head, on the nose. The entire second season is like, is Miracle real or not? And can Kevin get rid of the bitch in his fucking head? And is this firefighter going to kill him? The answer is yes to almost everything. Okay. Firefighter guy, John Murphy, is a fucking nut job. He's one of the most poorly developed characters in the show, to the point where he's a completely different person in the third season in Australia. He's in Australia in the third season. The second season, Garvey dies eventually. Okay, let's cut to the point. All right. So he talks to the pedophile. The pedophile's like, hey, the only way to get rid of that bitch is to go to the spirit world and shoo her away and do some stuff. And he's like, what? And then the coolest episode happens. He feeds Garvey poison and then he kills himself. The pedophile does, so that he can be his guide through the afterlife. All of that takes place in a hotel. It's trippy, it's weird, and it's the only good sequences in the whole fucking show. And it's the end of the second season, basically, right? And Garvey goes there twice. He comes back from the literal dead. Some part of this has to do with John Murphy's wife, who's a nurse and a very good actress and a black lady. So, spoiler, she doesn't survive the season as a cast member. She lives, but she just gets fucking vaporized, just like the mayor from the last scene. We have black people in here. Next to no black. Every black woman just gets literally disappeared or forgotten about. John Murphy literally, but between seasons, divorces his black wife to marry Kevin Garvey's literal leftover fucking cultoid white ex-wife. That's so at the end, the only black guy in the fucking main cast is married to a white woman after leaving his white, and the only white guy that was dating a black lady ditches her. They're completely vaporized out of the show. It is just the white centrism of the leftovers is so extra obvious, because you can tell that they keep wanting to the show to not be all white people, and they cannot not kill or like fucking disappear every black person on the show. They just get written the fuck out, except for John Murphy and his kid, the son, who still have next to nothing to do with the show after this. So anyway, Kevin kills himself with fucking, I don't know, pedo poison. And he goes to the afterlife, which is a hotel, and it's the coolest thing ever. He has to pick between these suits, and one of them's like a hitman or a cop or whatever. It's fucking, he becomes an international hitman. It's a whole thing. Don't drink the water there. And it's a long sequence where eventually he discovers that this little girl that he saw being like kind of abused by this man is actually the woman that's Peggy, I think her name is, that's in his head, right? Patty. That's Patty. She's in his head, and she's abused by her dog shit husband in the afterlife. And then he beats that guy's ass, and he sets her free, and then he drowns her in a well to set her soul free, which is him pushing a little girl into a well. You'll see that shot about 8,000 times because they were proud of it. And then he has to go jump in the well with her, and she's an adult, and then he drowns her, and that's like catharsis. It's actually a pretty good scene. It's the end of the last good character interactions for the rest of the fucking show. During this, he talks to his dad through a television screen because his dad's high on fucking peyote or some shit in Perth, I think, Australia. And so we have to go to Australia for the last season. Do we have to? No. Do we? Yes. Okay. We find out during all this, oh yeah, his dipshit fucking other son, right, is traveling around. His daughter has nothing to do during this season. You can see her get writ out of the show. The closest they can do is be like, she's dating the like black guy's kid, sort of. But then she's like, do you want to fuck? And he's like, nope, I don't know if I like you yet. And that's kind of like, she's done with the show from that point on. She has no relationship with the girls that disappeared. If they would have stayed in New York, it would have made more sense that those girls disappeared or something. But it makes no sense. No sense at all. The son and the ex-wife, Lori, start traveling across America doing cult shit and then also trying to drag people out of the guilty remnant. It's a dead nowhere plot. Lori tries to write a book and then she loses her laptop and then loses the book. It's stupid as fuck. None of it makes any sense. She's a bad mom. The kid's an idiot. He tries to restart the Wayne cult. It goes nowhere. He eventually splits with his mom and then goes and gets sexually assaulted by Liv Tyler. She rapes him while he's tied up in a truck and then covers him in gasoline because he was trying to free people from the cult. Yeah, that happens. It's stupid. It's dumb as fuck. He goes and tries to find her afterward because I guess fucking pussy that good. Elf pussy crazy. I don't know why. And then that's where he discovers that the guy's disappeared daughter from Texas and all this is they're in the guilty remnant and they're in a trailer. It's stupid. They disappeared in the middle of the night and Kevin was trying to kill himself the first time because cool blackout Kevin went and talked to the pedophile and the pedophile's like, the only reason way to get rid of that bitch is to kill yourself. So he jumped in the water and at that time the water all vanished. Like he was delivered from death, and then he had mud on his hands because he woke up into less cool Kevin and touched the fucking window of the car and left his handprint there. And so everybody was trying to find him or whoever left that handprint to find the girls, but the girls were just in the guilty remnant because the show's stupid. The priest leaves the city and makes everybody take care of his fucking paraplegic wife for a while. For reasons, Nora walks around sad. Nora's sad, and Nora has a black baby. And towards the end of that season, a crazy hippie in the fucking cult area, the pseudo-Palestine, starts going, "That's not your baby. That's not your baby." And it's true. It's literally not her baby, although they've legally adopted the baby for we didn't steal this black child reasons, but it's still stupid. Because she could have just been like a babysitter or something. It's really dumb. It's really dumb. The baby changes a few times. You can tell it's different babies. It is what it is. So she's got her black baby, her Asian black baby that she's white ladying around with all the time. And then now also she has to take care of her brother's comatose. She's not actually paraplegic. She's just comatose sitting around all the time. Comatose, pregnant, 40-year-old staring lady wife. Because he has to go do religious shit out in like fake Palestine. And because they need lots of unnecessary nudity because it's an HBO show from the 2010s. He takes his dick out and gets completely naked and puts himself in a stocks as some sort of like thing where he's like, yeah, I'm going to take the place of the person that you guys call this sinner in this stocks and do a Jesus allegory, but I'm going to climb up on my literal own cross while abandoning my wife. And he's like, people, what's your favorite book of the Bible? And he's like, Lot. And it's like, yeah, that's pretty much as on the fucking head as it gets, you dipshit. His wife wakes up towards the end and visits him. She can't walk. She can fuck, but she can't walk. And he's like, oh shit, yeah, I love it that you visited me, but you got to stay in town because you spoke to me in a vision, or someone did, and said like, our baby's gonna die if you leave the town too soon. And she's like, oh fuck, okay, cool. So she stays in that town and eventually has the baby by the end of the season. She does not make it through the entirety of season 3. She just gets written out of the show. I'm just spoiler. Kevin survives going to heaven or hell or the place between, and then comes back. And then the dad, John Murphy, finds him, even though his daughter is outside. They do a terrorism. They say that we've got C4 or plastic explosives in our van, and they sneak onto the bridge that leads to Jordan. And they're like, oh, we're going to do an explosion, but there's nothing in the van. And his daughter is there with her 2 friends. They don't say anything. She doesn't get to act. She got to run around naked one time and have a seizure. That's all she is in this entire season. She got to have a seizure and drop a cake. She ran around naked. She disappeared. That's it. She comes back at the end and stands on a bridge with her other two dipshit friends. Her mom, only other black lady, grown black woman that's in the show on the main cast, she comes out and has a very good scene where she's kind of like speaking to the nature of extremism and the foolishness of like childish causes. She's got a great scene. She disappears after this season. She's gone. Fucking sad as fuck. John Murphy is a terrible man. He's a horrible father and a dipshit. He shoots Kevin. Kevin dies again and has to sing karaoke and sings. It's a very pretty good scene. He goes back to the hotel and sings karaoke with a guy who we see next season. He comes back from gut shot and then is like good. After that moment, the guilty remnant has effectively invaded the town and like broken it down. So like the Palestinians get to go to Israel. It's literally treated as the Holy Land and the people that are being blocked out of it. The Palestinians get to go to Israel and it's chaos. Obviously. And he gets patched up. And that's sort of the end of the season. It's kind of like on a cliff. Like he might be Jesus. He comes back, right? Cave woman titties. It starts with cave woman. Remember the cave woman titties? That was crucial. Selling water, all that. No. But like everybody's kind of together. Oh yeah, the hippie steals the black baby from the white lady and then drops it on the bridge. And then Nora covers the baby up. So you're like, that's going to be very important, right? No. Season 3 starts. There are no 15-minute cave lady titty scenes. The black baby has been surrendered to her biological mother, who actually did not like get second raptured or anything. She just fucking got really stressed out by the fact that a cult leader impregnated her and then died, and she had to go hang out with a white guy that she barely knew in hotel rooms for 9 months while she was pregnant. So, you know, she recovered from that and was like, can I have my baby back? And so like they gave the baby back off screen. This has never really gone into. It happens off screen. The baby gets written out off screen. One of the first seasons of season 3 is John Murphy's daughter, one of the only black people on the fucking show, walking outside of the like area. All the people are sleeping inside. Liv Tyler gives some breathy speech about like, oh, they want to put down bad dogs or some shit like that. Walks outside, and then the girl looks up at the sky and sees like a small plane and then a flash, and then literally you see the reflection of a Predator drone missile shooting her in the face, and she dies. And it's so fucking out of nowhere. One missile from this Predator drone leaves a crater that is fucking 40 feet deep, like literally kills all of the guilty remnant people that are there. This isn't the entirety of the guilty remnant. They're an international organization, or at least national. Like they have chapters and other like heads that fucking Liv Tyler's character butts up with, Meg, but that they're just gone now. They hit those like 30 people. It's done. So they're gone. John Murphy divorces his wife. They were already getting divorced in the first season. She was a really good actress. So she's gone. That lady's gone forever. She's gone. So fucking stupid. Everybody goes to Australia. They're in Jardin, Texas for like 2 or 3 episodes. Everybody's sad. Nora gets mad because the fucking pillar guy falls off the pillar and breaks his neck, and everyone's like, no, he got raptured. And they're like, no, we found him dead out in the fucking woods. Here's a picture of him. Blah, blah, blah. Stop worshiping him. Everybody's allowed to do multicultural worship inside Jardin now. The 7th anniversary of the fucking departure is coming. None of that matters. We forget all of it. Kevin's male son, guy who shot an ATF agent, joined a cult. He's just on the police force now. Kevin's in charge of the police force. His daughter goes to college. That's basically the end of what we see of them. They're here and there, but they're gone. All of his kids are they don't matter. Fuck them. Throughout the entire second season, his relationship with Nora's on the rocks. Who gives a fuck? He's crazy as shit, but he gets rid of the fucking spirit in his head. Yada, yada, yada. His dad's convinced that the end of the world's coming. So his dad goes to Australia and is going down. He's stealing Aboriginal songs from people, which is apparently a real crime in Australia. And You can get in trouble for recording their music and stuff without asking. Okay, based. That's cool. He's doing it. He's on white people shit. The episode's like literally called like crazy white fella stuff. He accidentally kills one of the last song keepers of a tribe. You know, it's that kind of thing. Everybody gets to Australia because everyone gives up on whatever the fuck they were doing. The priest breaks up with his wife because he's like, well, the real only thing I need to do is her to have that kid. And now that she has that kid, we're all good. So I'm going to do other stuff. He starts writing a Bible about Kevin because he thinks Kevin is Jesus. I think Kevin is Jesus. I'm pretty sure Kevin was supposed to be Jesus at some point in the script. It's not, it's not something that's like, oh, it could be or it couldn't be. He's coming back literally from the dead over and over and over again. It's dumb. He's playing with like autoerotic or like, I don't know, just asphyxiation. He's just like fake killing himself here and there. Kevin is. Nora's like, that's crazy. That you're weird. That's crazy. Don't do that. They all go to Australia. His dad's in Australia. Everyone else feels like they have to go to Australia. A guy dies because his name's Kevin. Because they send the Bible. There's 2 copies of the Bible. There's one, and he says, don't lose the copy of the new Bible I'm writing about you if you read it. But also, he makes a copy anyway because they have to get a copy to the dad who's mad because he's not in it. Kevin's dad's important in the 3rd season. He was not important in the 2nd season. He's like not even really in it. At the beginning of the 3rd season, the dog guy from the 1st season shows up and he's just crazy. And then he dies in a police shootout in like 5 seconds. So that's done. The guilty remnant is killed off. All the fucking loose ends are tied up. Nora has a little panic attack, and that's how they explain that they had to give the baby back to the baby mama because she asked. And so like there's tearful trips. There's also suggestions of time travel or something because one of the first season scenes you see is Nora's old as fuck somewhere. That'll come back at the very end. Okay. The show progresses through Australia and it's stupid as fuck. It's dumb. Kevin's losing his mind. He hallucinates John Murphy's daughter. It's not her. It's just a brown woman of a completely different race and ethnic background. It's like a Pakistani woman. John Murphy's daughter is an American black girl. It's stupid. It's a little racist. It's confused. Everybody's seeing signs and shit. They go to Australia. I know I keep saying that, but it really does happen. The priest goes there because of reasons. I can't remember why. His wife is done with him, so he bails. They get on a sex cruise. It's weird. There's a sex cruise from Tasmania to Australia. I'm not kidding. That's John Murphy, his kid, the priest, and Nora. No, Lori. Lori's like back hanging out with everyone again because Lori married John Murphy. I don't know why I keep saying his name, but she's a Murphy now. She replaced Black Lady. We can't have too many people on the cast. We need Lori, the person that didn't talk for the entire 1st season and that said nothing valuable the entire 2nd season. She needs to be in the show. So John and his wife finalized their divorce off screen. His wife is basically never seen again. And he remarries a white woman. They do scams together to help people. They scam people to make them believe that they're seeing their ghosts of their dead relatives as a medium. But it's really just Lori using Facebook and talking to him through an earpiece. It's stupid. It's dumb. It's very stupid. He's not a firefighter anymore. Nobody has any responsibilities. They can do whatever. Kevin's in charge of the police there. He leaves. The ATF takes over. They were scary in the 1st season. They're not scary now. No one cares about Miracle anymore, even though it's the most important place on Earth because of the upcoming revelation. We got to go to Australia because his dad says that there's going to be a big flood. It's going to kill everybody like Moses did, but no boats. This doesn't happen. There's a bunch of rain. His dad is a fucking dickhead. They go to Australia. Kevin hallucinates that a Pakistani girl is a black girl, and then he like chases her through the fucking town and gets beat up and then finds her again and she's scared and then he realizes he's crazy. I think this is all to make him not look like Jesus. He sets his own Bible on fire in a hotel in front of Nora and they break up and they go their own separate ways. And Nora like gets involved with this. Oh yeah, Nora goes to Australia because she gets approached by some people who are like, we can send you to the other side where the other people went, but we don't know where it is. All we got to do is put you in a big fucking tube naked, and then like cover you with highly radioactive goo that will turn into a big fucking unbreakable radioactive coffin that no one can take you out of. So it's like one of those like tests of faith thing. The whole third season and a lot of the second season is tests of faith for things that don't need to be tested. It's stupid. It's very dumb. She finds these people and they're like, hey, would you kill a baby? And she goes, yeah, I'd kill a baby. And they're like, you don't get to do the thing because you can't be trusted. This is also a test of morality. They're weird. You can't tell if it's real or not. Spoiler, it's real. And it's stupid that it is. Maybe. I think there's supposed to be some ambiguity written in, but they're such a it's stupid. It's fucking stupid. The whole thing coalesces with them at this Australian lady's house. She's an Australian woman. She had adopted children and they had wandered out after the rapture thing, the departure, because they thought that the rapture had happened and they'd been abandoned. But she thought they'd just been raptured, but it had just been her husband who was with them and watching them. So they just wandered out into the desert and died. But she can't find their shoes, so she doesn't know exactly what happened. I think something happened with that. I don't know. Maybe the husband killed them and disappeared. I don't care. It's dumb. They eventually are like, what's going to happen here? Well, we got to get Kevin. We're going to drown him a bunch so that he can go to the other world and hear the song that saves that prevents the flood from the fucking Aboriginal guy and Aboriginal or Indigenous. I can't. Australian people refer to their native folk strangely. I think it's Aboriginal. Indigenous is Canadian. Native or is American, or First Peoples is Canadian. Aboriginal. I don't know. It's fucking insane. They've got to drown Kevin because he, regardless of whether or not magic is real or he's Jesus, he can come back from the dead and he can go to a hotel with dead people in it. This time he doesn't just go to the hotel. He goes to, he becomes the president, but also the assassin of the president. The president's he dies a bunch. His dad has to keep drowning him in a bathtub. This is probably supposed to be metaphorical for something, but really it's just like stupid, but that's fine. His dad drowns him in a bathtub and he keeps going to the other world where sometimes he's the president, but if he looks in the mirror, he can be an assassin that's hunting the president. But if he looks in the mirror, he can also be the president. He's got to go cut a piece of something stupid out of his fucking heart to unlock a thing. The president in the other world, they do the gag again. The president in the other world is the head of the eventual final cult of the guilty remnant, and their thing is like, we're just gonna fake a Ukrainian insurrection. It is literally a Ukrainian insurrection that steals a nuclear submarine, and they're gonna nuke the world to kill everybody so that the world is fine. This is in the other afterlife. It's not real. He's got to go talk to the lady's kids and ask where the shoes are. And they're like, we have no fucking idea. They're at a show or something. He's giving a speech on how no one should get married and have kids. It's probably deep for someone. I'm not that person. He keeps getting drowned throughout this again and again and again. So every once in a while, there's funny parts where he's talking to someone and he goes, blah, and starts puking water. He talks to John Murphy's daughter again, who's yet another person, and she's like, "No, I'm not him. You killed my family in a drone strike, not me." There's a lot of Israeli feels. There's a lot of Israeli vibe in this show. Eventually, he kills himself in the post-death dream world, and in so doing, like, unites with himself and chills. Patty's there. Liv Tyler's there. It's dumb. There's no point in any of it. He eventually gets to talk to the president of Australia, which is the Aboriginal dude, but he's dead because he broke his neck because his dad's an idiot. And that guy's like, yeah, the song isn't going to stop anything. It's a song to make it rain. I already told him that. This is stupid. You're stupid. It's stupid. It's dumb. That ends with everybody kind of leaving It's inferred that Lori maybe killed herself going scuba diving. She's a certified scuba diver. It's dumb. It's from Nora and her. They talk to God at the sex party. Let me rewind. There's a guy that hands out cards that says he's God. He's also the dude that had Kevin sing karaoke in the afterlife in the second season. He's Australian. He was a football player and did good in the Australian Football League or something. Maybe it was Olympics. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. He's a dickhead. He kills a guy on the boat, and the priest is like, this guy killed a person, but the boat has a sex party on it, so no one cares. And they're like, oh, don't say the name of this lion, otherwise we'll maybe like sexually assault you. And so he says the name of the lion, and so they kind of sexually assault him, but he goes, oh, that's enough. This is Doctor Who from the first season of the Doctor Who remake series, by the way. Christopher Eccleston. He's 1,000,000 years old by now. It's stupid. God actually did kill that guy. We never see why or what happened, but then God runs away. The guy calls himself God. He hands out cards that say he's God and answers numerous facts. There's a moment where he has a conversation with Chris Eccleston, where Chris Eccleston's character is like, I'm fighting with my faith. And he's like, maybe you shouldn't have any or something. I don't know. It's not written by a fucking person with a real strong grasp of the subject matter at hand. So it really teases stuff, but it doesn't deliver. Later on, the cops are like, oh yeah, that fucking guy, he did kill him. The fishermen found the body out there. It matches the description of the guy you saw for 2 seconds in the middle of the night flying off the side of a fucking boat. But yeah, probably him, cunt. So they're like, oh, the cops are showing up. So the guy that calls himself God tries to run away. But the people at the sex party had brought a real lion on board. And when he's running away, the real lion escapes from its real lion cage and mauls him to death. This is the same show. They just didn't give a fuck. They don't get the song in time because obviously that's fucking stupid. So he's on the roof with his dad Kevin wakes up from being dead for the 80th time. He gets drowned a lot. His lungs are mostly water. I don't know why he doesn't die, but he never catches pneumonia either, and he should. He talks to his dad. His dad's like, I think I'm a bad dad, and I think I'm a fraud. And he's like, yeah, probably. I don't know, but I love you anyway, or something stupid like that. I can't fucking remember. I don't care. The show then goes to Nora, and Nora she gets butt-ass naked, and she's looking great. You can tell she was like, hey, like, we're gonna have you walk naked, at full frontal ass naked, and sit in a pod in the nude. She's like, I'm going to be dieting and exercising for that shot. Good job, Nora, actress. You fucking looked great, because that is an eternal walk. She gets in a tube. They're like, don't breathe anything in the tube. She convinces them to send her to the other world. They do. And it's like, maybe she's dead, maybe she's not. And that's like the end of the second to last episode. The last episode is her and Kevin are in the same sort of age up makeup that they used on the Harry Potter cast on the last remember the last Harry Potter movie, and they put old people makeup on them to make them look the age they are now, and none of those actors look like, okay, imagine that, but on people that are in their 40s. It looks stupid. Nora's in Australia again. She works as a courier pigeon deliverer. Maybe this is the afterlife. Maybe it's not. I don't care. She lives a life of solitude out there. Kevin finds her, and it's a weird stalkery thing, and you kind of can't tell if Kevin is like, if he's doing the I'm killing myself and talking to people in the afterlife, or maybe he did the afterlife. But Nora also calls Lori, and Lori's not dead, even though it suggested that she was going to kill herself with the scuba equipment. But who cares? Not me. I don't give a fuck. Almost none of the original characters are in this. At some point, John Murphy and his kid fucking just disappear. Christopher Eccleston dies off screen. He gets cancer midway through the last season, by the way. I forgot to mention that. He's got cancer. Who gives a fuck? He's dying of cancer. He's got dramatic nosebleed syndrome. They talk. He goes to a wedding. There's all kinds of like sort of surreal moments, but it doesn't really fucking hit And eventually he talks to her about what happened when she went through the thing. And she goes, I went to a world that's the exact same, but the 3% of people that disappeared or whatever it was are there, and none of us are. And so they're the ones that were left behind. And my husband moved on, and my kids were old because time passed, and they weren't waiting for me. And then I felt like an interloper in that life, so I came back here. And I didn't want to talk to anybody because I'm fucking sad. And being selfish and self-absorbed is the only way for make the way that the plot works with these writers work. It's fucking insane. And then he's like, yeah, I was going crazy. I went back to Mapleton, and I take every vacation that I have, and I come to Australia looking for you, and I show people your card, and I love you, and I love you forever, and you deserve to be loved. And that's the end of the show. No Jesus is ever explained. The phenomena that occur throughout the show are never gone into. That is the end of the show. They're having a conversation in a scenic hillside. Maybe they're dead. I'm dead. Fatality. Headshot from watching it. Boring. At times, crushingly irritating. No payoff. Things from the first season that don't make it to the third season. ATF body burn factory. When fucking Smiling Murphy or Merv, whatever the fuck his name is, when he dies, he goes, oh, granted, to the wish that fucking Kevin is apparently thinking. You see him one more time. He's like a fucking bodyguard in the hotel sequence in the second season. He gets shot to death. It's not important. That's never paid off. The kid being important is never paid off. There's 2 important children. That never pays off. You never find out what happens to them. Garvey's kids disappear. Garvey's kid's friend from the first season, they all vanish. Nothing. Who gives a fuck? The town of Mapleton is never. Nothing happens with that. Oh yeah, in the second season, he goes and digs up Patty and brings her dead body in to like turn himself in to kind of like make good on the shit he said. And a cop just goes, who's a black lady with an eye patch. That's neat. She's never seen it again. She's just like, yeah, these people are scum. I don't give a fuck if they live or die. So, yeah, as far as I'm concerned, this is just a normal suicide. And unless you want to go to jail. And he's like, I don't know, not really. And she's like, then get the fuck out. And that's it. It's a show where next to nothing happens. And like the possible like neat religious aspect of it is never gone into. Like the questions and mysteries of faith and all that sort of shit is just completely waysided. It's one of the most sloppy fuck ass shows I've ever seen in my life. Maybe I should make a video on it or something. So is the implication that black people are instantly raptured in Leftovers? No, not even remotely. I mean, they're raptured out of the fucking script season to season. Their characters are completely obliterated, but there's black folks in the show like everywhere. It's that like mid 2010s, like I get like it feels like forced diversity, not because it's like, oh, black people, but it's like we're just gonna jam people of color into anything that white people don't need to have to make the show work. So like you'll have like a black person show up and they'll be like a talented person, but then like this is a vehicle for these white folks that the show is about. And so all of the diversity does feel like it feels forced. Like we had to hit it and it doesn't have any value. Like John Murphy being a black guy with a pedophile for a father and a confused relationship, and also being like the leader, basically the spiritual leader of a town and the head of a fire department in Texas. None of that's really gone into like his, like, you know, he's in a place that's crazy, right? That like they've got like family there for forever. It's roots and stuff, but like his existence as a black person has never gone into. His existence in the fucking plot just seems there. And it's fine to just have characters like, oh, this could be a white guy or a black guy. Okay, cool. But like, it's Texas. Do you know what I mean? Like there's all sorts of vibe that goes with being in the South, and then also being like in a position of like extreme political power over like white folks and stuff. It's just never really like dealt with. But like white people persist season to season to season, but there's like no major black character really survives any season. Except for John, he makes it from season 2 to 3, but he's a completely different guy, married to a white woman. His son, who was kind of like set up as like a little preacher, religious-y type, he's just kind of a foil for the whole like they have like the cult, the faith of Kevin Garvey of Nazareth. He doesn't really have much going on. The daughter dies, and she plays like 3 different like Middle Eastern stand-ins for some fucking reason. I still don't get that. And yeah, like there's next to no continuity season to season for any of the non-white characters at all. It's just bizarre. I don't know why the dice hit that way. I mean, a bunch of characters get written off season to season, but they fucking persist with these white folks. And it's like, okay, I'm gonna wrap it up soon. Yeah, I gotta get out of here. It's a goofy fucking show. It makes no goddamn sense. I don't know. I'll look at some of your guys' comments. I've got to drop dead time here in about 5 or 6 minutes, because I got plans tonight. But yeah, there's a review for you motherfuckers. This is killing me. I thought Jesus dude was trying to explore what happened if the Christ and Antichrist existed in the same body. I don't think so. I think it was just bullshit. If it would work outside of it, maybe. Is the hotel he goes to in Deadlock? No. Pro-Israel, anti-Ukraine. The show sucks. It has a vibe to it. Makes sense, like in the Wheel of Time. If you die in the dream world, your soul no longer reincarnates. Okay, fair. God is an Aussie? Yeah. Or he's a guy that walks around and says, God is an Aussie. Please have Prim voice of a part of the review if you make a video for this show. I mean, if I could, I would. I feel like I was channeling him. It's a dumb show. It's stupid. I mean, dude, Christ. I feel like someone ought to have located Ukraine on a map before deciding that a nuclear submarine is stationed there. Yeah. I think it was a sub. Maybe it was just nukes in Ukraine, but also still like, yeah, Ukrainian separatists have gained access to nuclear technology. I'm like half watching you while I draw. What the fuck is this show? I mean, I said the same thing too. We all on Facebook when that one God profile I posted a lot. I came across it. I remember a few of those. I've heard that teasing but never delivering is the specialty of Damon Lindelof shows like Lost. It is absolutely a fucking mystery box style show. The early Christopher Eccleston episodes are the best part of the show. They are, except for his horrible fucking accent, which he didn't even have. He could have just been British. Rosie said that my nose started bleeding. Like this feels like a fever dream. It kind of almost does, but it's also like kind of like dull. Like it doesn't lean in enough to like the Lynchian fever dream aspects. So much of it is people talking and crying. There's a lot of like long staring, weepy, crying conversations. Sounds like The Sopranos ending had better payoff than The Leftovers. Any message of Never Stop Believing is also evergreen. Sure. Is there a television show, movie, or book you can recommend that actually tackles the leftover themes well? Yeah. Fucking Hellboy, BPRD, Apocalypse, whatever that is. They at least avoid the Friends effect where your brain just can't stop going, what part of New York is this white? I wouldn't know about that. No, I mean they're not in like New York City. They're in like upstate New York, so it makes sense. And there's plenty of non-white people there. They're just not in the main cast. There's always like conspicuous minority folk around somewhere. You know what I mean? Which is good. Hey, good. Give them fucking jobs. It's better they're there than they're not. But like, it's also very much a product of that time. It has a vibe. It has a vibe. You know. Is Deadlock even that good? It's that good. I fucking love it. I hate that it's good, but it's good. I'm already drawing fucking fan art for it. 15 minutes. I'll show you guys that, and then I'm gonna get off stream. I drew Rem. He's my guy. I kept thinking about him hitting people in the head with bricks, and then I wanted to draw that. So this is my little Rem guy. He walking around. His little Remlings are bringing him bricks for his pillowcase so they can send everybody to nappy by time. I'm gonna color it, I think. It's good practice for fucking Clip Studio Paint, so I'm stoked about it. Okay, I'm out of here, guys. Thanks for popping in, stopping in, having a good time. I think I'm probably not going to be back on live streaming for the rest of the week unless I finish that music video, and then it'll be a live stream following the premiere. Don't get too excited about the video. It's not going to be like a takedown or anything. It's just literally me fucking around with the song. But you guys have been watching Westside Tyler Live. I got to get the fuck out of here. Join the Discord, join the Patreon, patreon.com/WestsideTyler, Westside Fairy Tales, I think it is, WSF Productions, LLC on Patreon. Sports stuff, get early, this and that. Why the fuck is my hair like killing it right now? What the fuck is going on here? I guess it's just the beauty dish. It knows game. Yeah, stay abreast of that stuff. Discord, pop in, hang out, have a good time. Cruelty Squad coming down the pipe very, very soon, and some other good shit too. New episode of Sin Carriers, hopefully next week. But with all that said, folks, I gotta get the hell out of here. Until next time, as always, stay safe out there.